Hello! It's so bright in here. Shut this down.
Wahoo!
Welcome back. Hi. Yeah, hello again. How is the rest of everyone's morning, day, afternoon, evening? Paloozer, can't even scratch your butt without the kitty trying to get in on the action. Cats. Cats, I tell ya. Some people's
Sometimes
cats.
You need a good butt scratch.
Mickey, how are you doing? Welcome. Blood Oak was first today. I'm impressed. Good job. 1 gold star for you. Kimmers, hello. Kimmers is pumped for pizzas. I did some videos for Samo. He was just finishing curing the salmon. Sam in the salmon today.
Salmon cured.
Will this be a Kate and a Sam stream? Of sorts. For sure. I mean, it always kind of is. Is this really bright? It's just super dang bright in here today. Holy smokes.
Sorry,
Clem, how's your morning? It is pretty much off. Good morning, Oversight Mod. Welcome back. It's been a while.
How have you been?
Yeah, how have you been? Mickey had some tapas for lunch this time. What kind of tapas did you have? Yeah, we're ready to go here. Some of you may have popped in this morning. We did a quick little car wash and coffee earlier today. What was the stream? Like not even an hour. It was perfect though. I was all cozy still. So today is gonna be a wonderful day full of so much delicious pizza. Yeah, been busy. Good to see ya. I know, life, right? I keep saying, I think they just turned up the fast forward dial just a touch so we wouldn't really notice, but that's how I've been feeling. Mickey, you had garlic, mushrooms, cheese, chicken nuggets in an oil. Whoa, sounds fancy. Clem, you've been doing some homework in the meantime. Nice one. Only 37 more questions. Perfect. I love it. Hopefully we're not too distracting. Welcome back, Nessie. How are you doing? I don't know if this is gonna make it balance out better. I am a ghost today. Kate is a ghost. It's so sunny. First thing when we start stream. Hi, KV the monkey. Yeah, washed down with a glass of wine bought by your dad. Nice one. Sounds wonderful. Maybe that's what I'll have with some pizza later. Okay, so getting into it. Menu for the day, Detroit style pizzas, which are baked in a pan. We will do a little bit of learning as we go along today. So homemade pizza dough that you guys know we've been working on for 2 days already. Homemade tomato sauce as well. And then we have 3 different styles of pizza toppings that we're going to use today. You even had pizza for dinner tonight? Great minds think alike, right? Oh, this guy's getting into his morning brownie. So first style, Canadian style is what we know here. Is basically just like either pepperoni and mush or a couple different meats, maybe pepperoni, bacon, mushroom. Couple different meats and some mushrooms. So we'll have to cook up some mushrooms ahead of time. For that, kind of cut up some of the meats as well so we can distribute it better over the pizza. Hawaiian style, which was requested. Yeah, we can have a war today. The mods will be ready, I know this. So we're gonna grill an entire pineapple. This is fresh pineapple, not canned. If you guys saw our IRL stream on Thursday, would have seen us pick this beauty up. I just popped it in like a cardboard box and look at how nice it ripened up these last couple days. So all we're gonna do with this, pop the top off and literally put it over charcoal to roast for probably an hour or so. It's usually about like 10-15 minutes per side. Hey, don't do that.
What?
Make it so that when I throw the garbage in, it's all bunged up. Thank you. Very adamant about things being left the way that I left them. I'm the one that does the most work in here. He's like, you know better. And so the last pizza, lamb kebab style. So we're gonna take some of the lamb burger mixture, just crumble it over the pizza with some feta cheese. We'll do a little extra tzatziki to spoon over top afterwards too. And then one kind of special thing about these pizzas is they all get baked with no sauce on, just the cheese and the toppings. That's it.
I was gonna say, I think the brownie tastes better today than it did yesterday.
The brownie is better today.
It's really good. You might want to have a piece.
Need a bite. Give me a bite. Yeah, we got Astra today. They're busy in the shop. We've been asked to do a little babysitting. And I said, okay. Yeah, look at the lighting today.
So good. She's like, heck, that crust. Like, it's better today.
It doesn't like taste as sweet, almost.
It neutralized.
Still need milk with it though. Holy smokies. British Queen. Or sorry, congrats to the Queen British monarch for 70 years. That's wild.
Okay, I just got confused on what you were doing because I had the VOD from yesterday playing on the computer. I was like, why is there a container of chicken on the counter? I come out here, there's no container of chicken on the counter.
Sometimes you just gotta shake your head, chat. What are we working with here today? Who knows? Amp, yeah, a true freezer, not just any freezer, the one true freezer. So same brand as the fridge. Saw our new goal popped up there. It's a big one. It's gonna take a while, but it's fine. Probably gonna be one of the last things that goes into the truck. Let's get some more chocolate out of my mouth here so I can keep talking. Like when brownies are so fudgy and chocolatey that you can't talk properly because like your cheeks are bunged up with chocolate. Cookie, how are you doing? Holy smokes, we raised a bunch of money. 65K in this stew. Okay, let's get into it. Let's start our list. Write down all the things we gotta take care of and away we go. So we're just making pizzas today. We're done the notebook. That's it. The notebook is complete. There goes that.
Raffle off the notebook.
Now raffling. Cook with Kate notebook. Have no fear, chat. There's always more. Another one bites the dust. Exactly. It's always such a satisfying feeling. That notebook was actually from Thailand, from the tattoo shop that I went to. Had it for a long time. Sam says nuts. Okay, so first thing today, most important one is just taking care of the pizza dough the whole time. So I'll go grab it. It's super duper happy. Staying warm over here. Oh, it even bubbled up more. Holy. So like I said, I brought this out of the fridge today at 9 a.m. and put it in the warm spot. Check that out. Really looking magical. Don't worry, there's always more. Look at the bubbles. So that's exactly how we want that to be looking, for sure. Yeah, the dough baby clem, exactly. It's nice and warm, so that's a really important one as well. For when we're working with the dough, that it's not cold. Because then you're more likely to tear it and have bad things happen. Good morning, White Dove. And Jaguar Germ, thank you for the follow. Do you have too much pizza dough? Nope. We have just enough. We should have enough in there for 6 pizzas today. At least that's what I'm hoping for. Guess we'll see how everything behaved, because I've never really made this style of pizza in the winter province. Clem is like, I know this. We're making 6. So first thing we're gonna do is weigh out the dough so that we can get a proper portion for every pan. And then from there, I think after we portion it, we let it sit for an hour. first thing, don't really touch it. Just oil up all the pans and put the dough in the pan. And then it relaxes for an hour. And then the next hour, we start to press it into the pan. So you press it once, let it go another hour. Like, it goes really quick in between those hour increments. So those whole hours while we're waiting, we are preparing all of the toppings and other ingredients that we'll need for the pizza. So that when the dough is ready, you can just top and bake. Good to go. So I'll put divide dough and oil pan. Rest 1 hour. At least I think that is what the recipe is. I'll just search one more time for cheeses. It might be half an hour. As you can tell, I haven't made it in a little bit. Okay, boo, boo, boo. Okay, so using a scale, portion out the dough pieces. We usually go, so minimum 500 grams of dough per pan. You can go, usually we go up to 525 grams in there. It just fills out the pan a little bit better. Or 550. We'll see how the dough is today, Sam. That's about it. That's all we got. Hi, Greek. Welcome back. And then, yeah, we rest for 1 hour. So that's perfect. And then boom, 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 press it out. And then after those presses, we do 30 minutes. So then I'll put press into pan, 30-minute rest. And that way I can just keep crossing off all of those steps that we take so we don't miss one. So you don't want to miss one. It does take a while to get the dough to fill out the pan, but it is so worth it. Okay, so we do 2 presses. Press, 30-minute. And then she says after that, so after the second press into the pan, we then let the dough rise for another 90 to 120 minutes. So an hour and a half to 2 hours, just letting it sit in the pan and keeping on like bubbling up, right? Proof 1.5 to 2 hour. And then we always leave ourselves lots and lots of time to do this, right? Like, that seems like so long. It's always better to leave yourself extra time and be ready early than to leave yourself not enough time and be rushing, right? Hi, Mish. You had some ribeyes tonight? What else? That sounds so good. Okay, so that's all the steps for the dough. And then the next one after that is I always like to get the tomato sauce going. It gets ladled over the pizza once it's been baked. So hot sauce ladled over the pizza after baking. From there, we will grill the pineapple. Pop that baby on the Mini Max today. It's a beautiful day outside. No snow, just straight sunshine and melting. From there, after the pineapple, why don't we shred our cheeses? Got some pizza mozzarella to shred up. We'll use the Robo Coupe today. That will be fun. Hot sauce over pizza dough? Yeah, Detroit style pizza amp. So not like hot sauce, like spicy, but hot tomato sauce gets ladled over the pizza after it's baked. Mac and cheese to go with it, Mish? Ribeye mac and cheese dinner. Now that's a Sunday. Okay, after we shred the cheese and take care of that, we can do I'll just put cut to the meats. Got a couple meat trios. After that, we can cook some mushrooms up. I like to pre-cook mushrooms on pizzas. They hold a lot of moisture in there. But then at the same time, I've also had pizzas that have mushroom on it where it's just like a dry, leathery piece of mushroom that has obviously seen no love in its life. So I like to cook the mushrooms with oil, salt and pepper, maybe a little bit of garlic in there, and actually like flavor them instead of just throwing it on. Just a little bit more love. And Gearbox Man, thank you very much for 10 months in a row. Gearbox Man says thanks. Thank you for everything. Hope that we've inspired you over these last few months. Thanks for being part of the kitchen crew. Okay, so mushrooms. The lamb burgers will just crumble over top. Definitely need some feta crumbles. And then I think that is it, guys. Tomato sauce, pineapple, the meats, the cheese, mushrooms, feta. Oh, and the tzatziki. What else could we put on the shawarma pizza? We do have the extra bell peppers. Like shave those up, maybe? I don't know yet. Let's go! So much feta today. Pickle on there? How are pickles baked? Oh, okay. Chopped dill pickle? I don't know yet. I don't even heckin' know now. Okay, let's start with our dough. And away we go. So actually, the first thing we will start with, I always just oil up the pans that we're gonna use first. Get your hands messy with that, and then they're all prepped. And then we can weigh the dough, put it in the oiled pan. Easy peasy. Went to the gym first time in ages, trying to beat anxiety. That is a good one too, Mickey. Just extra exercise in your life. Sweat that anxiety out. Boom. You really open that up. I don't like how this camera is like pointing back. I don't know why that happened. There we go. Better. And then we always need olive oil. So if we run out of this small bottle, we have a very large tin. And it's usually about a couple tablespoons worth of this stuff. Come in a little bit more. So you want enough that it covers the bottom and the edges. And then we just use our hand to rub the oil around. So first you just pour, pour, pour. This is also what makes these pizzas special. The oil really helps the crust crisp up, stay moist. See, I knew we needed extra. Shake it out. Thanks, Cookie. Thanks for posting that link to the Lloyd pans. I know they're still very inexpensive for Americans to buy, but they have gone up so much in price here. So I'm glad that we got all of these when we did. And yeah, my job this week is to actually hunt down the 4 that we're missing. Here's the next oil. 3 liters. Yeah, next one, we can get a drum of this stuff. 22 liters with a pump. I don't know why, but I'm always particular of like any dust and stuff that's on the top of these containers. And then another one just to have it pour properly. What are we gonna use to stab this? I just want to stab the one side of it. What about just like a corkscrew? That's what I'm thinking. So don't use a knife ever. Actually, I'll do this side. Yeah, but dearly, remember these when you pour it, how it goes glug, glug, glug if you don't do the air? There we go. So you just pop a little hole in there so it pours nicely. You ever want to get in shit in a kitchen? Use someone's knife to do that. Trust me, don't do that. You ever feeling like you need some spice in your life? Can never have too much olive oil. It's true. Yeah, we need to remember to change our olive oil after 3,000 pizzas. Jaguar, you're a feta fanatic. Wait, we have another feta fanatic, chat? We're so dead. I love the taste, the smell, the aesthetic of it all. The tangy cheese is on the forefront of my mind constantly. Sandwiches, salads, sandwiches, you name it. 2 sandwiches, not just 1, 2. And the feta cheese variety will enhance your dish to Michelin star levels. We need big screen for reading this. Dance on your taste buds with the flash mob desperately trying to go viral. All other cheese pales in comparison to the almighty feta. I think we'll get some fetas in chat for that one. All of the feta. Is this Misha's soulmate? I'm just asking for a friend. I'm in shock right now. Yeah, Mish, is this you? See the nice pour, but still wasn't even that nice. It's hard when these containers are really full at first. Let's see where that brings us. Keep the oil near just in case we do need a bit more in each pan. And now we're gonna get messy. Let's moisten our hands. Literally just using our hands to rub it around. Usually I use one. Keep this one clean so you can turn the pan. We go all around the bottom first and then up the sides. And so you guys saw us bake the brownies in this pan yesterday on stream. And then today you'll see us do a savory item with them. Multi-purpose. Cookie, have you done anything else in your pan lately? So that's how it should look. Glistening. Not sure if it's a troll or not. The same exact post about feta was in another stream last night. Thanks for letting us know, Parabex. Maybe there's a feta bot going around Twitch. Who is Mish? Who is she? Yeah, thanks for letting us know, Parabex. It's the wonderful world of the internet. You never really know what you're gonna get. Yeah, maybe it's just someone who really loves feta. We can hope, right? That that's just the case. They're just telling the world. They're loud and proud. Yeah, we got a couple friends picking up some pizzas today. Saw my bro and Finn this morning and they're pumped for their pizzas. I said, yeah, you are. We haven't made these since the summer. It's a long time ago. That's right, Mish. One more pan after this. And then we start weighing out the doughs. Plopping them in there. But, I don't know, like, I'm gonna turn the command off. For the streams that we use the feta, that's not really right that you're complaining. You keep complaining, then we really won't have any. Oddly satisfying, Clem. It really is. This is definitely something I would just love to make so much in my life is pizza. I'm honestly not gonna worry too much about that extra oil. Let's just give it away. We're just sealing the board, really. And then I'm not even gonna wash my hands so it stays nice and oiled. Doesn't stick to the dough at all. Where'd the scale go? Sam? Oh, I see. Told you it's my kitchen, guys. Always, if he's in here, you'll be looking for stuff. We're just bugging big time today. I love it. Okay. Boom. Boom. You want a really good smell? It's this. Actually, I need to take a photo. I need to take a photo for Cambro. Perfect. That dough scraper. I just make the scale dirty when I do this. Actually, I will do a rinse with my one clean hand first. But yeah, I just weigh right onto the scale and then plop from there. Just make sure you clean your scale nicely. Otherwise, you can put like some plastic film over the top of the scale. But I find that the dough is so sticky that I'll just kind of pull that plastic film off. Where did we get this scale? This is a scale that we got from Costco once upon a time, like many, many years back. Okay, so then usually from here, I just tip the dough bucket over and kind of help it fall over so it doesn't get all stuck to the side. But even then, can you see the gluten strands just from the side? Insane. Look at the bubbles. Eee! It really starts flowing too, so that's why I'm just being careful. Take some of the bigger bubbles out. We don't need those. The bubbles will always come back. Is it gonna fit, Cookie? It will. It's okay if it comes out of the bin a bit. I just like to have it as close as possible to the scale as I do this. And then usually I'll just like pull some off. And then use the side of the bin to cut it. Okay, so that was 444. So close, but not quite there. You can also just like pinch. 530. Let's go with that. We can always add more later. And then boom, just into the pan. And then that's literally the first step, is just getting the dough into there. So then as we fill them, we'll just keep stacking beside. See, that was too much now. 620. $5.40. What's the minimum pizzas we need today? 5 or 6?
Minimum is 5.30.
Yeah, this dough is always worth the time. Like, it really soaked up. Like, there's not even any residual olive oil in there anymore. Just soaked everything. Let's see what that gives us. $4.40. $4.90. Eric, my dude. Thank you. How are you doing? Thank you for the 23-month resub. Okay, $5.23. Almost at 2 whole years with us. I'll always keep saying this. Where does the time go? Is cheese pizza streaming today at all? Do we know this? Anyone? Because this is where the recipe is from, chat. There's another food and drink streamer that shared it with us. So we don't have a recipe browser link, but we have the PDF typed up and shared in our Discord. Or you just go say hey to Cheese when he's live. Be like, Kate told me that you give us the pizza dough recipe. Just like that, that's how you have to say it. Yeah, guys, our Puerto Rican food that T-Boy requested has almost 10,000 views on YouTube. I just realized that my scale turned off on me. We're kind of in shock over that. 10,000 views almost. Okay, that was like 640. We'll definitely have extra. I'll put this in. I'll take some out once we get this other dough weighed and see how much extra we can distribute. So that's always a good thing. If you have extra pizza dough, lovely. If you have not enough of the weight, that is not good. It won't fill out the pan. So that's $8.52. That's a happy dough, guys. With the small bit?
With the leftover.
Okay. So first, maybe pinch like here. So that's $5.40 there. And then what is left? There's not that much. I was just gonna put it in with the pizzas here.
Oh, okay.
There's only like 300 grams. Yeah, thank you. It's awesome. Okay, so now from here we distribute the extra dough into the pans where we had a bit less. And then I still have to take a little bit out of the one that is 640 grams. I think all of these will probably end up to around 600 grams worth. So from here, literally just gonna pull a piece off. Boom. Into there. And that's why it's important that we let the dough rest now after putting it in the pan, because you can see we worked the gluten a lot. So now it's very stretchy. and elasticy, and it won't actually let us stretch it out properly in this moment. Literally just keep distributing until it looks like everything is even. And then this one back here. Oh, it was this one that had extra. Do that. Yeah, I can already tell the dough is getting cool just sitting out here, but that is okay. And then one more thing that I'll do really quick, just kind of lift it up and make sure it's nice and oiled underneath. It's not just gonna stick. Sometimes it does that as well. Give it a little swirl around. Try and show you on the board. Just kind of lift it up. Make sure it easily can slide around in the oil like that for us. It's pretty cool, hey? It's a really, really special pizza. So the way that these pans are, they're designed after like automotive part pans and different tool pans, stuff like that. That's why it's called Detroit style pizza. The way that Cheese describes it, he said that all of the nonas that were in Detroit couldn't make proper pizza with the tools that they had available at the time. So then they asked their husband to bring home one of the pans from work, and they tried to make pizza that way, and it did work. So here we have Detroit pizza. Okay, now I'm gonna go wash my hands up, get rid of the dough scraper, this big dough bin. We're done with that. And now we're going to, I think the best way for me to do this, just stack all of these pans on like a big cutting board, almost like a pyramid, and then cover them all with plastic so it doesn't dry out. That's what I think will be the best. I'll do a quick wash up though. Just a little bit of dough stuck on. Wipe off the scale after too. So that was like literally the most difficult part of today. Do this board. Do it back here so you guys can see. We'll just do that. And so how will I fit this on here? Maybe two by two and then one on the edge. Precarious, but I like it. Yes. When the husbando reads the mind, you know good things are gonna happen. I was like, I need the plastic wrap.
Yeah, I know.
I need the plastic wrap, chat. So I did this crazy stack for us. I think this will work good. Do you think this is a good thing to do? Just stack them all up on there so we can like move them around.
Yeah.
That way it's not taking up too much area. Look, they changed the box color.
No, it's Kirkland now.
Oh.
Kirkland bought the company.
Next up, we make pizza sauce. What's everyone else getting up to today? I'm excited for our chill pizza stream. When you make pizza at home, no rush, no stress. It's not allowed. Easy cutter included. So yeah, we have to open this up, right? Samo. You open up the one edge. Mango habanero whiskey, Eric. Wait, you're eating or you're drinking that? And then Westward, you made the berry muffins. Did they turn out good? Did you use both of the berries? I'm very picky about how these are opened. Because if you mess up the box too much, then it just is the pain in the butt the rest of your life. I think that goes there. I don't even know, honestly. Parabex. Have I tried any of the Lloyd Pan stovetop pans? No, I didn't even know that was a thing. You got a skillet and a saute pan and love them? Do they work on induction? Eric, you'll be trying it later. Yeah, a bit too early still. Had to buy it when you saw it. That sounds so good. Don't you have like a hot sauce like that? Nice, Westward. You did some raspberry muffins and some with blueberry. So easy, so good. Okay, so we do have to... Maybe we don't have to open the box. Can I sneak this through? Dang. Dang it. We'll just tape it back up after. Dang. Okay, so that's the only thing that I'm looking for right now, Parabex. Is like good couple pans that work on inductions. There we go. Got it. So then this goes, I don't know what that is for. Here? It'll go all the way across there? Or usually it goes here, right? I got too many options now, chat. And then one other thing. Gotta pull the wrap through. Detroit style pizza and cheese isn't here. I don't know, maybe he's resting. Or maybe he's busy doing a pop-up later today. I actually am unsure. So now, before I do anything else, I'm gonna tape these sides and stuff closed that I just had to open. Otherwise, these boxes just start to fall apart. Plastic wrap boxing 101. Samuel's doing some dishes for us on this side already. What a legend. You've never seen a big container like this before? Good. I'm glad you're finding it interesting, Clem.
Last one lasted us since we had each other come out.
Seriously? That was our first box?
Pretty sure that was our first box.
Might have been the second, but yeah, these literally last for so dang long. Changed badges. Yeah, you did, Gearbox. Okay, so now, I think we'll just put this right on the end here. Peel off the sticky. All the way along. Test. Dun, 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 dun. So this is what I did, Clem. Tape the edges all the way around, and you can pull the wrap through and easily cut it. So this is 3,000 square feet of wrap. Yo, you could like wrap someone's whole house. The outside.
Wrap Caitlin up.
Yeah. Hi, FCB. How are you doing? Okay, so then from here, Sam, are you almost ready or can I do this? I have to do it on my own.
You're all by
Now from here,
yourself.
we pull really long pieces. Just get rid of this one camera. We don't have to watch this part. And then we'll put that over the pizza pans. Sam will finish the box of salt. We'll crush that while we're waiting. Did he refill the crock? Nope.
Yeah, I haven't got that far.
San Bakery, his own self. This is a working kitchen here, mister. We always use our full ass. Dearly. Ooh, the squeak. Bit more over this side. And now we pull another one. Really important that you get it sealed up on itself. So you really don't want the dough to dry out. Did this not pull right? What is going on here? Okay, Streamlabs literally stop. After that problems with their app this morning, I'm at the point where I'm just like, leave me alone. You're gonna what?
Just turn off the alerts.
I don't know why they started it to begin with.
I don't know either.
Just leave me alone. Why are you angling it so much? Can you make it straighter, please?
I am straight.
You're not. Like, do you see where I'm standing? That's just like the times where you say that you don't fall asleep.
Don't fall asleep.
I wasn't sleeping. Why are you being bad?
What? I'm not being bad.
Oh. Oh
What do you
no.
need?
I just needed a bit extra help.
Oh, you came over.
Ah. Okay. Now, I honestly don't know if it's going to be warm enough in here to keep this. That's why I put it all on the board.
On the what?
That's why I stacked it all up on here so it can go into there. I don't think it's going to be, like, all of the pans are cold. Williams, how are you? Ash is like, guys? Yeah, I know.
I got it.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, now I'll do like 45 minutes on there. Hey Siri, 45-minute timer.
45 minutes.
That's pretty cool, gearbox man. On Monday, you need to build gearboxes for wind machines. Like the big wind, what do you call them? I guess a wind machine? What?
Turbine?
The turbines for like hydro and stuff like that? Cool. You're doing good, Williams. You made a lemon loaf for your girlfriend's friend, and soon going for a big bike ride and a trip to Williams-Sonoma. Do you have anything in mind that you're looking for at WS, or just for a little browse? Okay, next up, let's get into our tomato sauce, friends. We will do one quick cleanup before we carry on as well. Holy. Thank you.
Plus 10 outside right now.
Plus 10? Holy. Oh no. Okay, I gotta do a scrub on this. All of the dough like dried on. No thanks. I'll deal with that later. And hi, Alf, how are you? Each fan covers 10 acres. Ah, for like orange groves? Just so it doesn't sit stagnant? That is wild. Really cool. You like Samo's sweatshirt? Yeah, I'd smoke that. It's a Traeger shirt. And then I thought it was a bit messy here. And then I don't know why this guy got popped away, but I did have him out earlier. We got Mr. Pepperoni with us all day today. Absolute legend. You're getting a new loaf pans, Williams. Gold touch ones are supposed to be fantastic, and maybe a cake pan as well. Nice. I wish you luck. I hope you find what you want. Okay, I need a little sip of water here. Okay, so tomato sauce time. I got a couple different things that we're just gonna throw together here. As well. What's up?
Shark frame's all black now.
Ooh, nice. We'll do a little bit of learning together. Do you have any preference for loaf pan size? Is 8.5 or 9.5? I don't know, man. I just have pans. Is it 9? Get the measuring tape out, Kate. Yeah, 9. Oh, by 5. 9 by 5. And this one is Chicago Metallic. We found these ones for baking breads and stuff in there, and they've been great. Just like a little less expensive than a Lloyd pan.
Washing by hand.
Yeah, it's in 9. I like that one too. I think 8.5 is a bit small. And then the other pans that I always look at are like the Pullman bread pans that are really tall on the sides. I want some of those as well. Cool, gearbox. That's so interesting. Thanks for sharing that stuff with us. Where did we get that? I think just Amazon, my dude. We were still on the island back then, so sometimes it paid off to just order off of there rather than like literally driving an hour each way to go into town. They're loud, the fans. They sound like helicopters. I believe it. Okay, let's get a little pot. And then one thing we do know for the sauce is we use this ladle. I was talking to Sam about it this morning. This is a 4-ounce ladle. We do two of these over each pizza. So each pizza gets 8 ounces of sauce. We're making six pizzas, so we need at least 48 ounces of sauce. Math. Ouch. My brain. Right? Right. Sam was looking like he was questioning, and then he made me question it. So I'm not good at math. Just sit there, do the problem, and then look at it. It's like, those numbers don't look right. Nice, Williams. Well, definitely let us know what you think of those pans. A shameless product endorsement for baking that you're in no way affiliated with? Sure. Go for it. Have a really neat design ceramic loaf pan that was given as a gift. Emile Henry. Hey, that's the brand of the tagine that we got, Cookie. It's sitting with my parents on the island. I left it back there for them. I did not think it would make it through the move, and it probably wouldn't have with how bad the road was in the summer. Yeah, give us the endorsement. We need to know. Okay, so Cheese's recipe for the sauce. It's really delicious. He does, for a 28-ounce can of tomatoes. So this is a 28-ounce size. Pretty typical size. So those are whole, peeled. He uses crushed. So we'll just crush those, or actually just blend it up later once they've cooked a bit. Garlic powder, onion powder, optional cayenne pepper if you want it a bit spicy, dried basil, salt, and pepper. So Cheese let us know when we first started making these pizzas that it is very traditional to always use dried spices in the tomato sauce for flavoring. So that's why those are all in there. So we'll definitely add a bit of that. And then usually I don't have any dried basil on hand. I always have dry oregano. So I'll do a little bit of that instead. And it always turns out great. Like herb and garlic sauce to go on top. And even with all the different pizza toppings, it's good on all of them. Oh my God. Ugh. I'm sorry, Alf, but I feel the exact complete opposite. I don't know if they've maybe changed the oven from when we tried it out, but to me, yeah, I just don't even want to get into it. We got this oven instead back here. But yeah, happy to hear that your Nova steam oven is great, because the one that we bought was honestly a piece of crap and we sent it back within a month. And yeah, this oven, Williams, it's big. Like, it's big, dude. 3 half sheet pans in here, no problem yesterday. We were like kicking ourselves. I wish I had a bit extra money. I would have bought a second one. Just stacked them up, one on top of the other in the truck. Okay, so we know how this sauce should be. Cheese let us know. This is still too bright in here. It's wild. I think that's why. Oh, that's even worse. I got nothing today, guys. We're just gonna have to deal with the lighting as the day carries on. What issues did we have? First issue was that the water bin was a bit leaky. Second issue, well, actually, let's just say like the first main issue that I had with that oven is it doesn't fit a traditional sheet pan at all. It's like, these are the sheet pans that chefs use, and typically actually they're double this size, so that's why this is called a half sheet pan. So it doesn't fit this sheet pan to begin with, which is the one size that I have. It's universal. Second, the sheet pan that they did offer with the oven completely warped, so that if you did have like cookies baking and stuff, it would literally pop the cookies up and pile on top of each other. They didn't offer any extra pans to buy with the oven, so even though it did have a couple different racks, you only got one pan. Yeah, you got me started. So these are the things that I didn't like. What else? It was touchscreen, which didn't always work the best. The LED lights inside of the oven flickered the entire time that you baked, so I mean, I thought it was going to be awesome for content creation, stuff like that, to just prop the camera up, watch through the screen. Couldn't do that. So yeah, I got started. I think that's all of the things that we didn't like. So then we just sent it back. What?
The Wi-Fi and Bluetooth didn't work.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth capabilities didn't work at all. We did try baking bread in it. We baked ciabatta buns cookie, and it didn't bake evenly. That's the other thing. So I was looking through those videos actually the other day from when I baked the ciabatta buns in there, and all of the edges got way too dark. So you shouldn't actually have to rotate. And that was actually a comment I saw on one of their ads on, I think, Instagram, where Babish rotated his challah bread inside of there. And the one person in the comments like, why did he rotate the bread? And Anova's like, oh, he didn't have to. He just did that for the video. And there's no way that you could bake something in there without rotating it. We need the Bluetooth cookie sheet kit. When are they coming out with this? I think that was all the things that we didn't like. And like, that was so disappointed because we were really holding out for it to be amazing. Same price as this, can't even hold the same amount though. And we actually got this for 200 bucks less than the Anova oven. 5G loaf pan, let's go. Sherman, brother's oven is small also, doesn't fit a standard pan, made a big turkey in it once, dripped, could have caused a fire. Yeah, it's scary. So they replaced your trays for free when you called for the bending reason. They sent you a slotted pan as a courtesy. Ooh, I think it sounds like they're just trying to keep people happy. I don't know. Sounds like the trays are still warping though. Did the new trays that they sent not warp? It seems to me that their production of that oven, they just tried to do it too quickly, put too many things in without actually checking them, making sure that they work. And then they just tried to pump it out and get as many people to buy it. That's all I got. So yeah, Alf, I'm happy that yours worked because we had the total opposite experience. New tray is better design, heavier weight, rolled edge on it. Why wouldn't they just send that to begin with then? Yeah. Nova Steam Oven kicked my dog, didn't even replace the toilet paper roll after it was empty. That's how we feel right now. Oh, sheesh. Yeah, you heard pan and typed it. Sometimes that happens, my dude. Okay, let's go back into Pizza Land. That was a good oven chat. Like, it's good for people to know because they totally geared that oven to home cooks. And like taking it from someone who has done a lot of baking in a lot of different kitchens with a lot of different equipment, I was just not happy with it. I expected better because all of their other products just work flawless. That's a fair review. Oh, that's right, Trev, or Troy. Yeah, you're not allowed to speak today. No, you can speak today. You just you got it all out yesterday, how you really felt as a Chicagoan. And it's okay. Everyone is allowed to share their opinion. But today we respect all forms of pizza. So, Detroit-style pizza is a rectangular pizza with a thick crust that is crispy and chewy. It is traditionally topped with tomato sauce and Wisconsin brick cheese that goes all the way to the edges. Style of pizza is often baked in rectangular steel trays designed for use as automotive drip pans or to hold small industrial parts in factories. There's the history. And yeah, first time today we're having brick cheese. Sam's work is actually able to order it in, so we snuck a bit of that away. Like, paid for it, yes. But took advantage of that for sure. Right, that too, Williams, is like, we're talking about that as well. Like, those home use full-size ovens aren't actually built properly either. Because you can't put two of these in those ovens side by side. Like, you can't just put them in there. Nor can you put a full sheet pan. So it's like such a waste of space even. So something like this that is more compact just fits what you want in there, I think that makes total sense. Yeah, I just like pizza. It doesn't matter where it lives. I like that, Pell. Sherman, our dog is weird. If there's something out of place, she'll just keep barking at it. We got a box from Walmart on the dinner table. That doesn't go there, okay? Guys, do you see this right now? Foreign entity. Okay, so the style of pizza was developed during the mid-20th century in Detroit before spreading to other parts of the USA in the 2010s. So it's a pretty early pizza, or like it's been made recently, I should say. Reword that. It's a pretty recent pizza to come into our life. And then lastly, this dish is one of Detroit's iconic local foods. Yes, it is.
There he is.
The man, the myth, the legend. And whose recipe that we're using all day on stream today? Cheese Pizza. How are you doing, sir? Great to see you. Your ears must have been burning. Everyone in our community is like, how are we making these pizzas right now and Cheese isn't here with us? Thanks for the shout out, Cookie. Guys, I know we're all pizza lovers in here. At least I hope so. Go give Cheese a follow if you haven't already. Check him out next time he's live. It's loud there. I'll just give you thumbs up. Williams, you almost bought an Innova Coda 12? What is that? Skipped it when you learned it couldn't be adapted to natural gas. Oh, uni. Interesting. What uni does he use? I forget. At least it's not me as the streamer with my brain taking the day off, because sometimes that happens. It's hard. Okay, so this is what they say. A little bit more history on the pizza, and then we'll get into cooking. The pizza was developed in 1946 at Buddy's Rendezvous restaurant, a former blind pig owned by Gus and Anna Guerra, located at the corner of 6 Mile Road and Conant Street in Detroit. Sources disagree whether the original Sicilian-style recipe was based on Anna Guerra's mother's recipe, or if it was a recipe from one of the restaurant's employees. Isn't that always the case? I find with like some American-based dishes, is like if it originated somewhere, usually it's the owner of the restaurant saying that they created it, as well as one of the cooks saying that they did it. So like, who do we actually believe here? There's always that war. Nice. Cheese is painting the house. Good one. Yeah, lamb shawarma pizza, my dude. I think it's gonna be tasty. So they said the recipe created a focaccia-like crust with pepperoni pressed into the dough to maximize the flavor penetration. I'm seriously reading this word for word off of Wikipedia. The restaurant baked it in blue steel pans available from local automotive suppliers, literally the ones that we're using today. These pans were made by Dover Parkersburg in the 1930s and 40s, were used as drip trays or to hold small parts or scrap metal in automotive factories. Because the baking pans available in stores at the time to use for cooking were not appropriate for the dish. Some 50 to 75-year-old pans are still in use today to make pizzas. Imagine. Arthur, I would believe the cook, Kate. The kind of thing happened to me at a coffee shop. I mean, so just from experience working in a restaurant, typically you are made to sign an NDA that you will not try to make money off of the recipes that you're using in the restaurant. That is a thing that happens. Some serious seasoning, right, Alf? 50 to 75 years worth. Oh, baby. Okay, anything else interesting? The dough of Detroit-style pizza typically has a hydration level of 70% or higher, which is what creates the open, porous, chewy crust with the crisp exterior. So we talked about that yesterday, right? Someone's like, okay, Kate, what is the difference between a thin crust pizza compared to the dough that we're using today? Well, our dough has a lot of excess water inside of it so that when we go to bake the pizza at a very high heat, 500 degrees Fahrenheit, that water turns to steam and blows up the bubbles in the dough. So then we know that the less water in the dough, the flatter your crust is gonna be and like kind of more hard and crackery it will become. When seasoning new steel pans, they usually need to be dry baked using 10 to 18 ounces of dough per pan. What? This is wild. So our Lloyd pans that we get, they're like pre-seasoned already, so we don't have to do that. The crust should be around 1.5 inches thick for a true Detroit style pizza, which I think we always end up with. Yep, somewhere around there, that thick. You can pull the tape measure out later if we really want to be adamant. Hendrix is the Canadian Lloyd pan dealer? That's good to know. Actually, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. It's bugging me. I'll be right back. Chill with Mr. Pepperoni. Backity back. Okay, getting back into our pizza. So traditionally, the toppings for Detroit style pizza are layered with the cheese below the sauce. Pepperoni is often placed directly on the crust. Other toppings may go directly on top of the cheese, with the cooked tomato sauce as the final layer applied in dollops or in racing stripes. So you just do like a line of sauce down the length of the pizza on each side. The cheese is spread to the edges and caramelizes against the high-sided, heavyweight rectangular pan, giving the crust a lacy, crispy edge known as frico. That is the crispy caramelized cheese that runs along the edges. Yum. Okay, that's it. We read through the whole article. I feel like we learned some good stuff just now. Good job. All right, pop this back up. Away we go. Nice. You guys are figuring out the best uni to have. That's awesome. Okay, let's make some tomato sauce together. So I have this left over from the freezer that I pulled. So definitely use these. It was like just a pretty simple garlic and herb sauce anyways. Very, very similar to what we need. We'll add a can of just plain tomato, and then to use up some of this, it's like my second last jar, I'm gonna add this one too. Tomato pesto for like a little bit of basil flavor. So I'll pop this all in a pot and get it simmering. I usually cook it for at least an hour. I like to really cook the sauce down so that it's not watery later on when you spoon it over the pizza. You don't want soggy crust after all of that work. That was interesting, AMK, the info. It is a very interesting pizza. Made 5 smaller 8x10 pizzas last night for dinner after the paint party. Sweet cheese. The paint party, like meaning in your house though, right? I think we'll just use this little burner set here. See, now the sun is going away slowly. Now I'm gonna be turning all the lights back up as we work along. Boom. Pop that there, should be good. Maybe a little bit less. And then whenever we start this sauce, we always start it with a lid on the pot too. How big a pot will I need? I think I'll do this big one. Give us the most space. So first we'll pour that in. Boom. Get that heating up. So you know this part of the sauce is cooked perfectly. I think this is what we used for the chicken parm. Thank you, Alf. I'm so happy that you appreciate that. Why are you upset about Uncle? It's fine, girl. Next one. Last can of these. Some San Marzanos in our life. I really want this stream to just be like the opposite of what food TV is now on like cable television. That's what I'm trying not to do. And then this. A workout. And then once we get all of this in, then we're gonna add our flavorings. Yum. There was a good amount of basil in there. And then I think I'll just rinse this out with some water. Pour a little bit of water in there. We'll put the lid back on, give it a shake. Kind of lopsided on there. Rinse out the other can for recycling. No, just stay here. Stay here. Come on. He's very concerned about where Sam went. Food TV is so odd. I feel like I gain nothing by watching it. Like, I don't even know what the shows are anymore. Like, before it was pretty good. Back when it was like Martha Stewart and all of like the older Food Network chefs. But even then, they were like still skipping all these steps. You can't just make everything in 30 minutes, right? Impossible. That. Rid of these dishes. Grab a spoon as well. Give this a stir. Already see some simmering happening, I think. Tomatoes are so delicious. I can't live without tomatoes or cucumber for sure. Like, those are my favorite produce. Even though tomato is a fruit, I still call it a veg. Those are my favorite veg. Hi, Daff. There's a popular streamer that thinks YouTube cooking vids are corny. Watch typical food vid, played a drinking game. Drink for things like, as you can see, bad knife skills, swap outs, etc. They got drunk. Thank you for that, Daff. So the dog was crying when you left us in here. Literally crying at the door for you. Yeah, I'm tattling on you. Crying for uncle. I tattled on you. I guess I'm trash, chat. I'm trash. So, first flavor. Some granulated California garlic. Will I measure these with you? I suppose. Because I know that we already have some garlic flavor in here. Gonna go like a couple teaspoons is all. Because dried spices and herbs are stronger in flavor than fresh. Hey, nice, Alf. Put that lamb korma on some pizza. That should be good. Some onion flakes. I don't do onion powder because it always just gets clumped up. So I find that the dried chopped onion works so much better. And then lastly, for some herbaceousness, a little oregano. And you made pickled onions. I'm loving that. We're spreading the deliciousness together. Hi, vicariously through you. Yeah, you had them on a turkey sandwich. I was thinking of maybe chopping some of ours up today, sprinkling them over the lamb shawarma pizza after it's been baked. Pickled onion and some tzatziki on there. Maybe some chopped tomato even. Yup. Dress it like a shawarma. This is smelling really great, chat. So now, I think I'll just put this to the side to simmer. Like I said, usually around 1 hour I cook this for. But the thing I pay attention to most is like how much extra moisture is still sitting on top of the sauce. Should I pop this spoon on the holder? Pop the lid on. Move this over. Away we go. How do you know when to use dry powder garlic versus when to use the jarred minced stuff? This might sound like a strong opinion, but just don't use the minced stuff. They do different like preservatives and stuff in that pre-minced garlic that to me makes it taste weird. So I never use that. I always just have garlic heads on hand, fresh, to use the fresh cloves there. And then typically, so this sauce is done this way because that's how it's done traditionally, Sherman Tank, with the dried spices. But you could totally use like all fresh versions of that too. And yeah, so back to the like other fresh garlic part is certain things are better with fresh garlic for sure. Like sauces that are fresh and not cooked, definitely. Yeah, just mince your own. It's so cheap. Or if you don't want to always be mincing it, just like mince a bunch of it up at one time, like a couple heads, and you can put them into ice cube trays. And then just pop them out of the freezer when you need some minced garlic that way. That way you're not ingesting those preservatives. I don't even know what that is. And hi, Chef MDT. It is smelling yummy in here now. Tomato sauce is cooking. Hi, Lauren. How are you? Welcome back. Nice. That's a good idea too. Is just pre-peel a bunch of garlic for like a week, right? You don't have to do a lot, but what you think you'll use. Good points, Williams. You also will get faster the more that you do it. Always, right? Always, always. Yeah, the lighting right now for stream, just spot on. Best part of the day for streaming right now. Okay, what's next? Are we getting into our cheese? Also, what's our timer at? 9 minutes on the pizza doughs until we press. Tomato sauce, good. We'll prep the pineapple. Prep the pineapple for roasting and grilling, and then get that going because it also has to cool off a little bit. No jarlic. I like that term. Hold the jarlic, thank you. You don't like a garlic press, Williams? I'll heckin' take a garlic press any day. They're so good. This is the one thing that I really don't understand why restaurants don't use them. The garlic press. Just makes sense. Okay, so literally just trim the top off of the pineapple so that we're able to roast it on all of the sides. That's all that's gonna happen. Boom. Pop that into the compost now. We're grilling it, Greek. Since we started doing that, we just like can't not. It's so much better. So yeah, we don't use canned pineapple ever on the pizza. Just a bit of extra love, right? So much better. Never used a garlic press cookie. Oh yeah, I've done that before too. That's a sneaky way, is just popping it on the microplane. So this guy, what? For transportation purposes, just put it in that pan. This is also another version of a Cambro container. So not all of them are massive, right? Like a lot of these can easily fit into household fridges, stuff like that. Sam will do mini max stuff? I think so. So now we just put that to the side and that will go straight over charcoal on the mini max big green egg for around 10 minutes per side, and then you just flip it as it gets charred on the outside. Later on, once it's cooled, trim off all of the charred skin and then dice up your pineapple for the pizza. It's so special. And that's something that I actually learned here when I helped one of my mentors open a Mexican taqueria. So we would grill all the pineapples whole first, trim them up, and then from there we would make salsa for the tacos. So, so good. While we're waiting, why don't I go grab the mushrooms from the fridge and we can get those sliced and ready for cooking. I'll wait for the tomato sauce though before we cook them. That is gonna simmer for a bit. Then we'll do the mushrooms, cut up the meats, maybe get our feta ready to go. Not about rushing today though. We have all the time in the world to wait for the dough. Usually just roast garlic whole, you're lazy, and then use the paste. Why not, Lauren? That's such a good way to do it. Greek, can't just not do it now, Kate. It's true, that's how we feel, right? Are there any professional kitchen practices that don't translate well to home cooking, or any things that we think should be adopted? I don't know if there's anything that like you shouldn't do in a kitchen. And then any other like sneaky tricks? I think the most important thing, like if you're working in a restaurant, is there's not a ton of space ever. So it's all about just being like as clean and organized as possible. So you'll notice on stream, after I finish one task, I will literally clean everything up before I start the next one.
Eric.
Hi, Eric. How are you? And hi, going up the mountain. Do you have any other tips from like kitchens that might translate? We don't use like one-use appliances. Stuff like that are usually not a thing in kitchens. So whatever appliances are there, they have more than one use, so they don't take up space for no reason. Lauren, the jarred garlic there only uses citric acid, but still, yeah. I just find that it really makes it taste weird. Just got back from washing the Shinobu. Nice one. Yeah, no unitaskers. Don't throw pans. Oh, that happens all the time in kitchens. Yeah, careful walking by the dish pit. So one thing that always is happening in kitchens as well, because there's just so many people doing different things, saying stuff like if you have a knife in your hand, behind. If you're walking around a corner, can't see around, corner, stuff like that. Knocking when you come out of the fridge. Those are like all things that we have habits to build. And then when you do leave a restaurant and are just like at home, you'll catch yourself doing those things. Corner. Seriously, yeah, Eric, I can say I've been hit in the head a couple times with a frying pan back in your days. Hello, Greenbox. Hello, Chuck. How are you guys? Yeah, yummy foods today. Only unitasker is the lemon squeezer. Yeah, I got that one too. Those aren't really appliances though. Those are tools. And you will find those things in restaurants because that helps you. Because you can do oranges, limes, lemon, more than just one thing, right? Okay, let's keep going. I'll go grab some more ingredients so we can keep prepping. Exactly, Paloozer. Yes, Sir Chef Sammy. He's busy today. Let's slice and cook some mushies. We'll cut up some of our meats. Got pepperoni that's ready to go. Got all sorts of good stuff to work on. And then I will put away a couple clean dishes there that Sam unloaded, just to keep things rolling. You performed a cognitive assessment on a woman who was hit in the head by a pan in the kitchen. She claimed to have brain damage. She was lying. What? Literally what I just thought, AMK. What? Okay, so this is honestly one of my favorite like pre-sliced deli meat packs available. And we picked this up from Costco. I can go look at the receipt to see how much it costs, but we got mild capicola, mortadella, and then prosciutto cotto, which is literally just ham. So a good mix. Meat trio. It's usually pretty good quality. Never had a trash version of that yet. It's so good. And then obviously you can see they like geared it for panini sandwiches, things like that. Yeah, prosciutto cotto, very fancy ham. I want to see the receipt. I don't think those packs are more than like $9 to $12. Not that one. $14 for that panini pack, Canadian. $14 for just under a kilo. That is good price. That is good price. And I like it because it's also from Italy. So it's an Italian brand. It's not just like American brand Mastro or Saputo, things like that, right? So why don't we actually deal with the meats first? We'll get those all cut up. Prosciutto cotto, obviously going to go on the pineapple pizza, probably with some of the capicola. And then why don't we put, ooh, maybe some mortadella and pepperoni with the mushroom? I don't know. And then I think we're only using one side of this even. So then before I even do this, we'll just cut it in half. And another thing I know from using this in the past is if you just leave the meat sealed in the pack like this, it freezes really nice too. There we go. The egg is all filled. Thanks, Samo. It's your jobs, Williams. Trying to get money out of the employer. Wow. Yeah, a little bonk ruined her entire life. Of course, people are like that. Hi, Mary. How are you? Yeah, I've taken some serious knocks as well. Like my own doing. I'm still good. Samo's burning off the Traeger. Hello? Let me into the meats. Mary, you having a good day so far? So the reason that we always cut up the meats like this before they go on the pizza is, well, have you ever bit into a slice of pizza and literally pulled all the toppings off the slice at once? So that's to stop that from happening. You buy this ham, it's great. So we'll start there then. Prosciutto cotto is literally just the Italian name for cooked ham. But you can see like it's a pretty different texture than what you get North American brands. So first thing we're gonna do is just layer it all on top of itself nicely. And then we can cut some smaller pieces from there. Like this is nice and marbled and fatty looking. Usually the ham that we get from the delis, just in the local supermarket, it's like all just like one emulsified mixture. Yeah, smoking salmons. Namo. We did the kirmish. What did he do? Salt, pepper, sugar? Yeah, not like the chopped ham. Exactly. This still has the muscles and fat, right? Because this would come from the leg, I'm assuming. And then typically it's the shoulder that is cured and rolled up nicely for the capicola like that. So why don't we do, I think we'll just go straight and half lengthwise. And then pop little strips back over this way. And then I'll just put all of these bits back into the container. Why not? Rather than making something else dirty. It's like we're making a little Subway sandwich station for ourselves, right? That when it's time to build all the pizzas, you lay all the ingredients out so they're easy to grab. Yeah, I like these meats as well, because all of the times we've had them, they're not just like salt bomb in your face. As well, they're not super greasy that they upset your stomach either. They're just made properly. So now we can stack up all of this is the capicola. You can usually get this either mild or hot. This one is mild. The flecks of stuff you see in there are like herbs, spices, and black pepper. It's really flavorful. Hi, Dust. How are you? Yes. Yes. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle emotes again. Some of my faves that I've ever seen on Twitch. Yeah. Titan, can I borrow someone's credit card? Gotta go buy some fish and stuff real quick. Yo, if you live by me, I would. But then I would just ask for maybe a fish. That's what I'm all about. Carses, you haven't had capicola in a while? When's the last time we did? Christmas. Remember when we did the charcuterie board together? We went to the Italian market on, was it actually Christmas Eve, I think? Picked up all the ingredients, then drove home and then made the charcuterie board. Is there a difference between capicola and capicolo? No. So in half, and then usually I just stack it up, go back across this way. Kind of same shape and size as the ham. It's just the conjugate of male and female, I believe, Dust. A is female, O is for the male. But I mean, we're not assuming the pig's gender to begin with. Oh no. What has this stream just become? My local barter economy, seriously. If life was that, I would be so into it. I would offer butchery and bakery services. Also, just looking at my sauce over here, it's really simmering. I'm just gonna give it a stir. Just don't want it to stick or burn under there. When those tomatoes first come up, they like to do that. Titan, you would bring on the fish we wanted for free? What? I'm moving over there. I'm coming over. Yeah, totally. Smoked fish. I actually think that might be a really big thing where we're living here. It wasn't as big as jerky on the island because like everyone knows a fisherman on the island. But here in the prairies where there's not as much fresh fish available, people will be more geared towards that stuff probably. Okay, lastly, mortadella. Basically like fancy Italian bologna. The fanciest ones have peppercorns and pistachios in it. And it's honestly one of my favorite meats. Had to try it, make sure it's good. Butcher, baker, pizza maker. Exactly. Chef, I myself have cut up some more capicola than any living chef on earth. Why? What were you doing that you had to cut up so much capicola? Oh yeah, Eric. So originally, good one. Thanks for bringing that into light. I don't think this is what it is. This mortadella is made of, but originally, mortadella is made from horse. I don't want to hear it, chat, about your opinion with that. These things still happen today. So then a story off of that. When I was in culinary school, and we were in second year, so doing like a bit more expensive projects, stuff like that. In one of the like cold classes where you just do a lot of cold foods, deli things, we wanted to do mortadella done traditionally. So we were going to like order horse meat in and make the mortadella literally from scratch, learning the whole way. We weren't allowed to do that at the school. We physically were not allowed to. The teacher was not permitted to do that with the class because they were going to get so many complaints of then serving that mortadella to customers. So we were told no. And Auburn dreams. Your family is Polish, used to buy mortadella in big blocks, cut it thick, batter, and fry like schnitzel. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, horse used to be the poor man's steak. So then going off of that is the French province of Canada, Quebec. Massive industry still for horse meat, stuff like that. I've never been to the province before, but I know that it still happens, and that's where a lot of the processing facilities are. What happened to all the food we cooked in school? We typically ate it, Williams, or then just like packed it up and took it home. But certain classes were different. So second year, we had a class that was like the dining room class. So then we were serving the food. Like it was basically like working in a restaurant kitchen with all of your classmates, and then people could go eat at the restaurant at the school. It's a little less expensive for sure because you have students cooking your food. But yeah, that's a way to do that. And that's actually one of our community goals right now. Dusk just contributed. My culinary school wants us to go back to the dining room and go have some food there. We'll be able to stream it all. It'll be pretty cool. I actually got my name on a trophy in that dining room. Special. From 2013. Okay, so there's our mortadella. And actually, now that this sauce is simmering, I'm just gonna turn it down because it was trying to stick to the bottom. Horse is a really lean meat. I don't think I've ever had it, even when I was in Italy. I don't think I experienced it. Look up SATE. Look up SATE's, Williams. So I went to NATE, Northern Alberta Institute of Technology, but you're closer to Southern Alberta Institute of Technology. I know that's where John the Young went. Titan, yeah, ask me anything. Is my plate ready yet, Kate? So, okay, going off a little bit more from that, Williams, before I walk away, is our class for the dining room is I think you have a couple different nights during the week, and then the one special day was Fridays, so we did a buffet lunch, and that was one of the culinary courses, was learning buffet section. So like anything you could even imagine, and that's where we were able to get really creative too and come up with different things that we wanted to see on the buffet. So it was 3 different classes. You had cold food, hot food, and then the patisserie in that area. So each section put out different stuff, right? It was so fun. And I think it does also help if like your instructors are pretty heckin' awesome too, right? Chef, you don't care for horse, but yeah, you never judge. Like I said, I don't think I've ever actually eaten it. Gonna do a little cleanup here. Rinse my knife off, my hands. And then I'll put those meats away. Did I cut up enough? 6 pizzas. Still have the one with the shawarma and then pepperoni. I think so. I think we have enough meat there. Fried walleye, I could definitely go for that. I've not had that in a long time. So yeah, if we need extra meats later, we have them, but we'll just cut up what we need or what I think we'll need. That way we don't open the package for no reason. Astra's like, where are you going with that? Auntie, where are you putting the meats? Did you hear her smelling? Where are you putting that? That. She's busy today, going back and forth with me, Sam. Okay, check this out. This is how this is looking. Ooh, baby. I might give it one more stir really quick. It really got bubble in there. Okay, it's not sticking anymore. It's good. But yeah, careful, because when the tomato sauce does bubble, it's like molten lava. That's why we keep the lid on it for the most part. Perfect. Okay, mushroom time. You've eaten at the American Bounty restaurant, which is run by the Culinary Institute of America. It was an amazing farm-to-table meal made by students. So cool. So yeah, that's kind of what we did as well. But yeah, mine was like, well, 10 years ago. Pretty wild to think. Just grabbing my mushroom brush here because they feel a little bit dirty. So I always use just this dry brush instead of washing the mushrooms. Brush all the dirt off first. Good to go. Nice. You have an uncle that gives you walleye? Hey, we used to do fishing when I was younger. My parents had some friends that had lake property. And then if some of the dirt doesn't brush off, you can always just like pick it off with your hand. Shroomies! This will be going on the pizza with pepperoni. And maybe mortadella? I know, me too, Williams. I think the last time I was fishing 2020? 2019 maybe? Out with my friend's family. Did ocean fishing. I caught a bunch of salmons. It was so awesome. Chinook, salmon, coho, as well as a couple pinks. I basically just got my limit and then we were good for a year. Ah! Hello, full regret. Instead of no regrets, we got full regrets. Thank you for the raid and sharing your community with us today. How are you doing? How did your stream go? And what did you get up to? Sarah Sparkle Crafts, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome, welcome. We are currently dusting our mushrooms before we slice them up for the pizzas. Hello, and hi Bonk, welcome. Sufficiently agitated. Thank you for the follow. As well as, is this Commodore Elil? You made a sourdough loaf? Cool. But we will see tomorrow if it was a disaster. So did you just do the bread dough today? And now you're letting it proof? Like, that is one thing that definitely takes practice. And I mean, always with making breads, like, it's not always the same. With the different weather, humidity, things like that going on. Oh, okay, you overproofed it by accident. And yeah, then stuff like that happens. If it's warmer, then you might overproof. If it's chilly, then things take way longer. We are also working on proofing dough today. My timer actually just went off. So after we finish brushing these, we'll take a peek at our 6 pizzas. Yes, Williams. Bring me someone who says that their first sourdough loaf was perfect. I don't know. Misha's looked pretty perfect that she posted in Discord. Fried crappie fish? What type of fish is that? Look at, and my hands are all dirty too. A small freshwater fish in southeastern USA. Hi, Mike. How's the day? Wanted to say we were watching some Meat Eater episodes last night. And Steve did one in South Carolina. They were, I believe, turkey hunting, actually. Like, the main things that they had to watch out for in the swamp were the gators and the snakes. I was like, hey, that's where that guy lives. You've been lurking. Thank you for the lurk. Samo says the egg is lit for our pineapple. Thank you. I'm loving these little updates in chat. Okay, so now just brush out anything that got caught up in there. We'll wipe our board off. And then, like I said, our pizza dough timer is going off. So let's have a peek at those because we have to start pressing it into the pan. Your sourdough loaf had a tunnel you could drive through, and my friend's was so small you can put it in your jean pocket. Wild hog is the problem, not even the gators. Yeah. Those hogs are mean, hey? Or they can be mean, but also very tasty at the same time, right? Okay, I'm just gonna use a bench scraper to get rid of this. Look at that dirt pile. Like, that's all the stuff that I don't think we would want to eat on the mushrooms. See how good that brush works? And then your mushrooms don't become soggy from you washing them, because they absorb a lot of moisture too. Okay, gonna go wash up. Bring this one can back. Smells so yummy in here. All I smell is tomato sauce. Yeah. Does chat know that mushrooms are like basically grown in poop? Yeah, feral hog's such a weird and complex problem. Totally. Hi, girl. What you need? You're missing uncle? I gotta go this way. Ooh, the doughs are looking so good, chat. Okay, chat, do you believe in me that I can bring all these out? I think I'm gonna believe in myself. We're just gonna do a reversal. Let me out. Let me out. Why are you stuck? What are you stuck on? Ah! I did it! This is the content you come for, right? So this was the stack. Should I lift this up again? Yes! Okay, so now we're going to lift all the plastic off gently. So we can reuse it. Now we're gonna start pressing the dough into the pans. Oh no, this one fell. Did I press on the dough? It did. Okay, we'll let that drop off. Yay for olive oil. I didn't think I messed any up. Yay for gravity as well. All right, keep going. The curtain. And I usually just like set it somewhere. I don't mess it up. Grown in poop, but cleaned thoroughly. You forget how to spell words? That's all right. Sometimes I forget how to say them. Every 10 years, you should get a tetanus? Seriously? I don't think I'm up on mine. Okay. Roll up the sleeves. We're getting into it. See how much that filled up the pan already? So first thing I always do, that excess oil in the corners, oil up your hands because you do not want the dough to stick. There we go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're due as well. Your favorite part, Greek? So now, remember earlier when we made sure that it wasn't really stuck? You can kind of just like stretch this out. Keep filling it out. It's really thick in the center, I can tell. The dough is nice and warm though, so that's telling me that everything is working great. If it was cool to the touch, I would honestly be so worried right now. At that point, like if it was still cool to the touch now, we probably wouldn't be having pizzas tonight. Because like this is already filling out the pan. So it's just gonna keep getting more and more bubbly as we let this sit. So dang awesome. And so we literally just like stretch it out like a focaccia. I'm not really pressing too hard down. That's it. This is looking good. So I did the poolish on Friday night, 11 p.m. I made the poolish. It sat overnight out until we made the dough yesterday at around 1 p.m. And then we let that dough sit out for 2 hours outside of the fridge. And then we put it in the fridge to proof overnight. So yeah, it's like a 3-day dough. It's looking great, Sam. Really, really great. I'm happy with this. And yeah, you said the eggie was lit, so we'll just wait a bit longer.
Yeah, you got about 10 minutes. So you can finish what you're doing and then go outside.
Okay, guys, so we'll finish our doughs here. Stretching all 6 of them out to fit the pan more. And then we'll go out and pop that pineapple to start grilling over the charcoal. So we're not just making like any Hawaiian pizza today. This one's a bit fancy. Sammy's having some leftover chicken shawarma snacks. We ordered from our favorite place. What was that, Friday after stream? I think it was, yeah, it wasn't yesterday.
No, Thursday. After we went grocery shopping.
Nice, yeah. So that's how it'll end up. This is where we're starting. This one in the middle. He's eating another brownie. No, he's having shawarma. Mom went to 4 different stores today, Mish, trying to find cat litter. People are hoarding their cat litter. Can we just, like, not as a society? Is that too much to ask? I think it's easier if we first kind of get the edges loosened up and then stretch for after. All cat stuff and food comes from China. That's why a friend of yours runs a company that takes to the stores down there 50% of a product. Huh? Unless I just didn't understand what you're trying to say. That was a Kate huh of confusion.
How many hours of stretching do we still need to do?
Well, this is honestly looking great. So I think we're kind of fast-tracked here, Samo. This was the first hour. And now this is actually the first press. So now we only do 2 30-minute intervals. And then we just let it sit until we're happy with how it looks. That is it. Not bad at all, guys. Yes, William. Cat litter to absorb any oil spills, I'm sure would work awesome. I will never forget the time that one of our, cookmates, let's say, one of the people that we worked with spilled 20 liters of dirty fryer oil. Ah! Turn this around because it's easier. Person just like runs into the kitchen like, I just spilled all of the oil. What do I do?
Everywhere.
Well, Bradley, you go get a mop because you know where the mop closet is and you start cleaning it. He's like looking at me like expecting me to do it.
Get him up, seeing it out.
Sounds like a good day. It was starting to run into the bar, like underneath the doors.
Like,
I was like, you better start going.
There's 20 liters of oil. Like,
the reason that I was like that to the person who spilled it though, because as he was taking it out, he had it like stacked precarious. And I was like, maybe you should not do that.
No,
He's like,
no,
no,
you
it's
got it."
good. And I was like, so then I come back and I was like, see? Like, I don't want to be that person, but I warned you. Those people learn the hard way. And like, I've been there too. I've learned a lot of things the hard way as well. Sucks, but it happens. Start licking. Get the straw. Mish. Oh man. Like, I was the mom of the kitchen, right? So I always tried to guide them the best, but they also had to learn some lessons on their own. So like I said, I've been there too. Just makes you better. That's really it. There are no mistakes, just lessons to master. That's one quote I've seen lately, and I really like it. Gearbox man, how does one become a VIP in chat? Our VIPs in chat have to be subscribed for a minimum of 12 months, and we're actually all out of them. Currently out of them until we get another 200 chatters at the same time. So maybe in, I think March is food and drink month. Maybe in March we'll sneak a little front page day again. Maybe we can get 20,000 viewers watching at the same time. Thanks, Williams. You dumped oil in your dad's garage by accident. At least you didn't do that while the restaurant was also trying to like work at the same time. At least you had time to clean it up. Okay, these are all looking great. So now we'll restack. Thank you, Corrigan, with the Prime Gaming sub even. I know you only get one a month, so thank you for using it here on our channel. And thanks for being part of the kitchen crew for 3 months. You wanted to hear the tune, that's it. It's the only reason. Food and drink got the shaft last year because of the plague. Did we not do food and drink month last year? I thought that's how I got the wooden Twitch paddle. Okay. Yeah, it was just an honest mistake, not being negligent. Truth. Yeah, I hope you're having a good day, Corrigan. We just finished our first press on the pizza dough into the pans. And these are gonna sit for another 30 minutes. And then we do it again, and then we let them proof the rest of the way. So now I'm just gonna go rinse my hands and we'll cover them back up with the plastic so they don't dry out. Sounds good, Williams. Thanks for all the awesome chats today. And I hope you have a wonderful ride. I hope you have the same beautiful weather that we have here. A kitchen mom? That almost sounds like your whole staff. Well, I was honestly like the only girl mostly ever in that kitchen. So I just was the kitchen mom. We also had a lot of young staff that we were training. And yeah, we even had like, so the 16-year-old kids that we were training, or even like 14 to 16, their parents would come in when they pick them up after work and be like, thank you guys so much for everything you're teaching them. It was so nice. We always tried to take good care of those kiddos. Yeah, Chow is so behaved. I think we only banned one person in the 20,000 people watching that day, Greek. It was awesome. Okay, it's grilled pineapple time next. Evil Marksman, thank you for the follow as well. Oh no. Okay. Stretch it almost too much. The wrap's coming apart. I don't think they use the same factory as the wrap anymore. It feels not as sticky from the blue box that we had. They changed suppliers. Okay, Samu, are you able to help?
What?
Just opening the curtain so I can bring the pizza doughs back. So 30-minute timer now, chat. That stream was crazy. Such a good influx of new folks, for sure, Cookie. Some wrap you buy is good, sometimes not. Well, we committed to 3,000 square feet of it. So now we're in trouble. Heard of New York style and Chicago style, but being an American, you've never heard of Detroit style. Well, welcome in. Oh, you were there.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I was waiting for movement. So now we gotta put these in a nice warm spot. Not the bun. Transfer. Good one. That's teamwork. Best helper, for sure. I don't even know, well, I do know, I just wouldn't stream without having a Samo in my life. Okay, so we prepped this earlier to go on the grill. So I will go drop that. Oh my gosh, I take it back. Ah! Do we want a camera for out there, or we'll just pop it on?
I don't know. Do you want a camera for out there? It's your stream. What do you feel?
I don't know.
Do you need me to walk out with pineapple? What are you doing? What do you need? Just do your own cam.
Pop.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Connect. Wi-Fi. Wow, I really had high hopes there.
Why do you use the one that's in the back?
What the hell are you talking about? Where did it go?
I don't know. I think you threw it in the back. We're going. We're going.
USB.
USB.
USB. Cook it whole, yeah, dude.
Here we go. Outside. Outside. Oh, we're doing that first?
No, I gotta redo the task manager first.
Redo task manager.
Epoch Cam. We have something hopefully coming into our life that is gonna solve this issue. I just can't say too much yet about it. Hoping to get another email tomorrow. Keep you guys updated. But yeah, we might be getting some stream upgrades. I'm pumped. Okay, auto, Wi-Fi. Because like we literally pay for this app. It's called Epoch Camera from, is it Elgato? I believe so. So we pay for this app to use wirelessly to complement the stream, but it literally never works wireless. And that's the only reason we have it, right? I got nothing, guys, sorry. And that's the super frustrating part that I don't want to keep happening on stream. It's just like things to work. So yeah, we're gonna roast this whole, about 10 minutes aside. We're literally gonna cook it till it's black on the outside. And then we're gonna trim it all off, Mike. And then the pineapple has this like lovely concentrated sweet flavor, but also has this like savory sort of smokiness to it. Yeah, this is what happens when you plug in a pineapple. I wish we could show you. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna pop this over the charcoal. You had too much caffeine today. I shared one coffee with Samo. Actually have like a little bit of a pain on the left side of my head. Sometimes that happens. I don't know. So I just keep chugging water. Didn't work.
It's like, no!
Oh, God.
Uh-oh.
Almost died. Nice. She's at 600. Is this ours or Brand's? Ours. Oh, yeah. His is way newer looking. It fits. It's not too tall.
You want to try my phone if it works?
Sure. That's slippy. Careful, guys. Let's see if Sam's phone works. And then next time that we flip it, you can at least have a peek. Whoa, I missed something. Hello, Sarah. Came in with full regret. And thank you, thank you. Hope you're having a good day. As well, High Speed. How are you doing? Had roasted pineapple before, just never done it because you're not a believer in pineapple on the pies. That is totally fair. To each their own. And you can blame us Canadians for that as well. We're the ones that came up with that. It's all our fault. Annie, how's Annie today? Oh, look, Sam's connected first try. This is how I feel sometimes. Just do a quick check. Do this. Oh, it didn't actually. It just pretended. Right. Right. It says just joking, Kate, actually. It's a pleasant day so far, Sarah. That's good. I think I might have got it now. And he's boiling some eggs for his meal prep during the week. Okay, now check. It says it's connected, but nothing's showing up. So, Epoch Cam review. Trash. Had turkey taters and gravy for lunch. Was lovely. Seriously, Annie. Oh, technology. So, grilled pineapple. Check. Cut meats. Check. Next thing we're getting into while we're waiting on the tomato sauce to keep simmering is we're going to slice the mushrooms so that we can cook them pretty soon. So let's get into that while we're waiting. Got our knife right here. Maybe I'll put it on the steel real quick just to have it nice and sharp. And then Sherman, almost missed that message. Not usually a coffee drinker. One time you had coffee, not thinking you had an energy drink. Whoa. Yeah, heart palpitations. If you're sensitive to caffeine, don't realize the intake that you have, for sure. That is something that I noticed before too. That's why I don't drink a lot of coffee either, because it literally just makes me a crazy person. I don't like being that person. Does this make you a criminologist? A criminologist? Thank you for that. There we go. Turn the lights back up now because the sun is setting. I think we'll slice all of these. Just put the slices back into this bowl. Hi, Deep True. Hi, Chris, if I missed you earlier. The steel for the knife, I have a Henkel's diamond steel. And that's just what I like and use.
No?
It didn't work. It says that it works on your phone, like it connects everything, but the screen's still black with 3 blue dots, so
Okay.
we gave up.
Well, hopefully the thing that we're talking about in the emails will come in and it'll fix our solution.
Yep. That's what we said. I said Epoch Cam review was a thumbs down toot sound.
Well, it works for Ben all the time. I don't understand why it doesn't work for us.
I don't know. Yeah, you still need to sharpen the knife. So that's how you keep your edge on the blade. but doesn't actually sharpen it. So eventually, like, you will lose that edge. I don't go too thin with the mushrooms when I slice either, just so they don't cook down into nothing. But we do know that these will shrink as they are cooked, so always make sure you buy a couple extra to make up for that loss. Whoa. And yeah, careful as you slice near the end, because they're kind of slippery. No mushroom paper. I can imagine that would smell really good. Yo, I don't even know what is going on with the middle of this mushroom, but I don't really like it. I don't know what those different colors are, but to me that shouldn't be there, right? Just pick those out. And it is a shun knife. Yeah, as you can see, it's got a lot of use over the years because the branding is all worn off. Thank you, Dust.
Do I need to be watching this pineapple, or are you going to be checking on it?
Are you hanging out outside still, or you want me to keep my eye on it? I wasn't sure what you were doing.
I'm done burning off the tray.
Okay, well then I'll keep my eye on it. Can you just check it now and see where we're at first? And then I'll set a timer. Mycelium paper can be made 10 times stronger than regular paper or designed to filter viruses or heavy metals from water. What? Mycelium-based wound dressings, which will help reduce bleeding. That sounds cool, Paloozer. Thanks for the info. I am very satisfied with this knife, Deep True, for sure. And like, just because I love the knife doesn't mean that it's like perfect for you. I really love this knife because it just fits my hand perfectly. Not all the knives that I have do that. So to have something that's very comfortable to use for hours at a time, very important to me. And yeah, Dust has one. It would mushroom out of control, Annie. How do you cut a tomato for a salad so that the salad doesn't get all wet? Maybe you just cut the tomato first, but keep it in a container. And then don't put it on the salad until right before you eat it. Because yeah, tomatoes are juicy, but that's like part of the flavor in them, right? The other thing I was going to say is like maybe drain them after you cut them. But you shouldn't have to do that. Have I tried any other Japanese knives before? I have a nakiri that is handmade from Japan. I don't ever use it on stream. I don't know why. I think I actually lost the edge on it and then I have to resharpen it now. That's my own fault. Yeah, I also have that. The handle on that knife, though, is not nearly as comfortable as this one. And then I think those are my only two Japanese knives. Sam has a full set of shuns. And then my other knives for butchery are Victorinox. Or you can do that. Good one, Amp. Is like take out all of the seeds and stuff first. And then dice up just the main part of the tomato. Yeah, that tomato juice has a bit of acid in it, so it'll start to break down the veggies.
The grill is 475 degrees. The bottom is already nice and charred, and I put it on its side.
Okay, so that was like 10 minutes probably?
Probably less than that.
7?
Yeah, I'll do 7 and then flip it again.
Hey Siri, 7-minute timer.
7 minutes. 7 minutes. Starting now.
Hey, everyone at once. Okay, let's wipe up our mushroom mess. AMK. It's like, sheesh, why are you yelling at me? Sometimes these robots, Mike. I try not to say too many bad things about them because one day they'll come back at us. Sometimes it's just like, really? Makes you question why you got them in the first place, those danged robots. By the way, did I have to wake up at 5 a.m. to shut up Alexa? No. I switched the audio from Sam's computer to the headphones. So yeah, I wasn't up at 5 a.m. last night. Yes. She's writing a book about us and Sammy now. I'm okay with that. Okay, next one. Let's check out the tomato sauce. We might do a little blitzaroo. What? The robot's writing a book? Yep. Sam says he's in. This is how this is looking. We've been simmering for sure for an hour already. I think we'll blitz it and then see how thick it becomes once we blend up these whole tomatoes. It's cooked down quite a bit already. Can be a bit deceiving. So I'm just going to use an immersion blender to do that. And then I think we can actually cook some mushies then next. It's looking thick. Turn that off. Grandma used to have a salad spinner. Did those work well to get it dry? Yes. Yeah, I have one. I could not live my life without it, for sure. It really, really does help to dry off those leaves. Because that is what will make your veggies go bad faster. Is the more wet they are, the faster they will disintegrate on you. Get the Mini Pro. Dust, have you used your Mini Pro yet for anything? The one brand I really didn't like, the Cuisinart, yeah. Well, it did break originally, Annie, and then I think we just got a replacement of the same one. But yeah, I would not really recommend this because look at this side. It gets cracked super easily, just like carrying it around and stuff. Not the highest quality. You're welcome. Start on low speed here and away we go. Perfect. Smelling really nummy. Get that blender in there. Keep the cord out of the way. Go slow and controlled first. Get that torque, and then you can turn it up to smooth it out after. Boat motor. This thing is so powerful, it probably would work at the highest setting. I'm scared of this piece of equipment still to this day. It's actually one of the first small appliances I ever bought for myself. We needed an immersion blender, ooh, careful, for the soup class in culinary school. And I thought it would be smart to buy this one, a bit more expensive than like a KitchenAid one. It was worth it. Now I'm gonna just tip this a bit more. We'll just blend this one side first, and I'll switch and do the other side. Really nice herb smells coming off of this. Looks good to me. Use it as a trolling motor. Okay, so always unplug first. And then go tap, tap, tap. Take that apart. Boz yelled at you for making a milkshake wrong? Sounds like a total boss type of thing to do rather than a leader who would show you properly instead of just saying you're doing it wrong. Nope. Not having it. I called them out. That's the pineapple timer. Siri really went for it. Please, stop. Okay, gonna go peek at the pineapple real quick. Wildly flings feta. Mish is fighting. Mish, do you have tongs out there?
Yeah.
Okay. We're at 500. Happy, happy. Yep, she is looking good. 7 minutes, perfect. Good one. No, stay with that. Go get him. Go hack him up. Poor's having a good run around. Yeah, fun fact, Hawaiian pizza, it's Canadian. This is a lot of sauce, Amp, but we have 6 pizzas with around 8 ounces of sauce each. So really, that's probably not even enough. Bonk. That's how your day is going right now, Bonk? Holy crap, I thought the GF was still in bed and her alarm was going off. Oh, when you heard mine. The timer. I already sent her off to work. Phew. Okay, let's try this. It's looking really good. Dial in the flavors. I don't need anything in there. Maybe like a really small pinch of salt, but that's it. And yeah, lamb shawarma pizza. We're gonna take the lamb burgers that we made, crumble them up over top of the dough with the cheese, some feta cheese as well on there. Maybe some sliced bell peppers, I'm not sure yet. Just grabbing our spoon that we need. So yeah, this has really nice tomato flavor, but not acidic tasting. I can taste the basil and the oregano as well. Garlic and onion is not overpowering. So yeah, I think just a pinch of salt to really get those flavors happy, because we didn't add any of that at first. And then all we have to make sure is that this is hot and ready to go when our pizzas are being baked off. That is it. So I'm just gonna put that to the side now. I can stay all happy. And we'll cook some mushrooms together. I thought we were out of retrograde bonk, but honestly, with all the crazy things that have been going on, I don't think we are just yet. Okay, I'm gonna take another quick bathroom break, friends. We're in a good spot. How are nuts so many calories? They are full of fat, that is why. But yeah, certain nuts are better than others. And hi, Weasel. How are you? Okay, I'll be right back, folks. I'm back. Chocolate covered almonds cookie. Yeah, nuts are a good in-between meal snack. So the good part about nuts and them being fatty is that fat is going to make you feel full the longest. So you don't need a lot of fat to help you feel full. Candied almonds too, yeah. Go make a snack, Blood Oak. Okay, let us do, I think I'll switch to the induction to cook the mushrooms just so we can keep that high heat in the pan. And then we do have, oh, maybe I'll go out and do the pineapple really quick. And actually, we're not gonna do the mushrooms yet, guys, because I have 2 moments to press the pizza doughs again. That's how fast 30 minutes goes by. It's already been half an hour since we put the doughs in the room. What? So yeah, we'll do that final press first to make them really happy. And then we'll cook our mushies, shred our cheese after that. Good to go. Crazy. Busy day, hey? Praline pecans. Look, we've been so good. This is how the jar is from Christmas that Sam's mom made for us. They're so dang good though, Bonk. I could eat the whole thing at once. Praline pelicans. Your favorite AMK is pistachios. Okay, now I think we need this on, hey? It got dark. Okay. All right, I'm gonna work on bringing the dough out then. We're at this point now. Again. Holy, those are looking good. Yeah. There's nothing better than being like, oh my gosh, we're not gonna have pizzas in time. There's nothing worse than that. But then there's also nothing better than having all of the doughs actually perfect and like ready ahead of time. This is what happens when you have a Mr. Pepperoni in here with us. Howdy ho, neighbors. How are you doing today? SI 3D printing. Cannoli in pistachios. Oh, like the ends probably. That would make sense. Okay, so uncover. This is our final press. And then after that, we just let the pizzas keep bubbling up until they look happy and ready to be topped, which honestly shouldn't be long now. The day is going well. We got the environment under control. So my timer is going off for the pineapple now as well. So I'll go switch that again.
I'll do the pineapple. We'll be working on pizza.
You'll do that? Okay. But yeah, it's looking great. So boom. Look, we barely even have to spread it out anymore. So now we're just gonna work basically on getting these edges filled out. And then Cheese says after this, you can go anywhere from 1.5 to 2 hours, but I don't even think we'll need that amount of time. It really fit in their perfect cookie. And I think this was closer to almost 600 grams of dough. And yeah, happy Sunday, friendo. You're doing very well. That's great to hear. So once again, sneak some of this extra oil from around the side first, so the dough doesn't stick to your hand. What happens if it rises too much, Mish? Then it will actually fall when you go to bake it. It'll rise, and then actually lose its structure when you top it because of all the weight. So then it will bake up in the oven, but then it'll go boom. And you'll lose it all and just have like the worst pizza ever. But I've never had that happen with this dough. I find that it's almost hard to overproof it. And especially like for you, you're in a Canadian style environment too. Maybe if you live in a warmer climate, you'll run into those issues. But for us, I've never had that, even in the summer. So you can literally do this with the corners too. And like, even if you make a hole in this dough, you can just seal it back up. That's it. Now it's just gonna keep getting more bubbly and fluffy. Seriously, just a fancy version of fry bread as a pizza crust. So why doesn't the dough let the oil in? It always makes it go in the corner. Temperature maybe? Like we would have had to add the oil into the dough when we were mixing it at first. How do I want to do this? So I can just put it to the edge. And even these pans are a little bit cool. So we might have to get the room a touch hotter. But I think that these, when they bake in the convection oven today, are going to be so dang nice. Probably best pizzas yet, excuse me. Cheese also says, like, sometimes if it doesn't stick on the corner, you can literally do this, like pop the dough up there, and then it'll fill out the rest of the way. Sneaky cheese tricks. Bit more this way. How was the pineapple, Sama?
Oh, put your timer back on. Got one more turn after this one.
Hey Siri, 7-minute timer.
7 minutes. Counting down.
One more flip, Sam says, and then the pineapple's good. And yeah, oil and water doesn't like to mix. And it is a high hydration dough, so like 70% or higher you want for this. Otherwise the crust is just not gonna be what it should be. And then just some reviews from people that we've made this pizza for previously is we've done it for a couple that they typically will order like flat crust pizza or thin crust pizza. They said this was the second best thing to that. So yeah, it's pretty life-changing. Also didn't fill you guys in on any of the reviews from yesterday's supper club. I still actually have to message the one lady today. I never heard back. But the one person that we dropped got like 2 portions of everything. He loved it. The spice level on the green sauce was good for him, so he can handle his spice as well, he said. And then he's already given me another contact to add, one of his friends, to the supper club for next week. So I think we did good. We impressed him so much that he shared our info with his friend. I'm so happy. So I would say first week was a success. She's probably in a coma. Yeah, she has to eat like 1 cup size portions. She's had a couple health issues recently, so she can only eat really small portions. So yeah, that probably was like 4 meals for her. It's really nice to us. It's such a good feeling to do that again. Also, ooh, this was one thing. One really cool thing happened when we went to drop off to the lady, is as I was standing there waiting for her to bring the bag out, I gave the people the entire bag full of the food, told them to unpack it all and then give me the hot bag back, just so we don't lose those. But as I'm just standing there outside of her house, the biggest white jackrabbit just hops along on the sidewalk, literally stops, like in front of where I'm standing, and is just looking at me. Sam was like, Kate, like, look behind you. I was like, holy smokes, like a massive white rabbit. Haven't had an experience like that in a long time. I'll take that as a good sign. Will we have to prep and cook all the food in the truck, or can you use the house? In US, you're not able to do that. Yeah, the rabbit was late. Or you're saying the Pizza Hut guy. For a very important date. I will be prepping and cooking all of the food in the truck, yes. That's how we're going to build it out, Mike, so that we're able to do all of that. And it will be built so that it can be licensed. Basically like a licensed catering kitchen that is mobile. And that way we can book special events and stuff like that. But then the one different thing with that route that we go down is for the special events, you only actually need your food license for the day of the event. And they just check you for that day to make sure everything you're doing is proper. Sam and myself have a lot of experience doing that previously in our career, so it's not something that we're wary of at all. We know exactly what needs to be done. Yeah, mobile kitchen, refrigerated storage, so there will be the big fridge in there, and then you see the new donation goal is for just a single freezer, same version as the fridge. Yeah, Sam's gonna have to wear like real pants though. Bob. Yeah, he's like, I'm out of here.
Where are you, the new business cards right here?
Yeah. Okay, so that's all the pizza pressing. Stack them all up.
I wear real pants at work all the time.
Yeah. Sammy wears the chef pants. Right, Eric? He does, right?
Don't say nothing, Eric. Nothing.
He does. Oh, phew.
Oh, God.
Yeah, we'll be streaming from the truck, silly. That's the whole danged plan. That's why we're all so pumped. Okay, quick wash up on my end and away we go. Just passing through, please. Thank you. Guys, you know what's probably not gonna make it into the truck? A Chef Mike. We're gonna have to start living our life with out Chef Mike. It's okay, Chef. You don't have to be sorry at all. I'm just pumped that you're pumped. Yeah, he did wear the PJs to the car wash. This is the excuse that I got, was that there's no clean pants. So I was like, I'm gonna use that in my life. Like, I wish I could use that. It's like, okay, we gotta get ready to go out somewhere. I can't go out, guys. I have no clean pants, all right? I love it. I'm using that. Can't leave the house. I don't have any pants to wear, okay? Yeah, that was the right way. Yeah, just go without pants, Titan. We really messed up the wrap in here. Oofta. I really think that they changed the brand of the wrap though, because it's nowhere near. Like, you know when it just sticks first time and then after that it just gets like hard and crunchy? That's what we're dealing with. Cheaper version of plastic, I'm assuming. Auto host, thank ya. Auto host forever. It's true, Chef. You literally have. I remember over the years. Okay. The babies are all wrapped up again. So probably 1 more hour? No. It's too cold. It was like such a mom response. No. It's like literally talking about my baby. No, we cannot leave it out here.
Okay, let's go. I'm here.
I'm getting good at this.
Yeah, you are.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Guys, just the best. Daubers girl, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so this is where we're at. 2 30-minute rests done. And now we just finished proofing. Let's cook some mushies. Just gonna give my board a wipe. We got it a bit oily. And pineapple timer's going. The backwards pizza shuffle. We are in a house that is going to be torn down in a couple months. It is one of the first ever farmhouses to be built in this area. Like what, probably early 1900s, let's say. We're actually on an addition part of the house. So yeah, my brother and his partner are working right now with designers and architects. They're coming up with a design. And then come, well, springtime or whenever they get the permits checked off, this house is going to be taken apart. So that's why come springtime, we're building the truck so that we can have that space to work out of. But I don't think that we're going to be like here when the house is getting taken apart. We're planning on going to stay somewhere else. That's why I say this is just a temporary spot that we're saving a little bit of money to build the truck in. And it's working good. Reset the timer, Kate. 1 more?
Yeah.
Kate. So yeah, super duper old farmhouse that just didn't make sense to restore at all. So what we're going to do, since Sam and myself also have experience in house restorations, things like that, we're gonna try and save all of the very nice fir wood pieces in here. And then, yeah, the rest of it will go down, but it's not just gonna be like a bulldoze and everything goes to the dump, because that's so dang wasteful. Yeah, Eric knows. He's been in here. It's tiny, guys. Huge props to them. How I always say to myself is, if I can keep creating this amazing food in this environment, then I have no problems going forward in the truck.
You guys have watched Next Level Chef? This shit's worse than the basement.
Yeah, if anyone watches the show Next Level Chef with Trisha is a Birdie, another food and drink streamer on there, we get the basement kitchen every day. We make it work. Okay, let's get... I actually don't have a ton of mushrooms, so I think I'll just do the smaller cast iron pan. And yeah, we will actually be streaming the whole house restoration thing, I think. Because my brother also streams. They just been getting organized on the backside. All of the different stuff. But I believe we'll be showing you the whole way. Okay, you can see my pan is very dry, so I'm gonna come in with some oil. Ooh, this will be a good place to use up some more of the shallot infused oil. But first I'll just do a bit of grapeseed. So much impressive culinary equipment as well. So you can tell, like, the certain things that we accumulate are because they work well. They're tried and true. We just don't buy random things because we need them. A lot of the time we wait it out to get the proper thing that works the best for us. And like, that is smart to do with a lot of stuff in your life. If you don't have to pay full price for something, can wait a bit longer for it, you'll save so much money. And all of these items that we use, like all of the small appliances, those are things we've accumulated over years. You gotta think, I've already been doing this for 4 years on Twitch. That's pretty wild to me. And that too, Eric, yeah, I don't want to get a secondhand freezer for sure, right? Fridge and freezer are two things that you don't want to mess around with. You don't know how people treat them. And those ones are so expensive to fix. Like, you have to call a service person out and everything. Okay, so you got our mushies here. Let's grab another spoon so we can stir them around. And then for sure some salt and pepper to sprinkle over. 4 years, still going strong, Gillis. Yep, you know it. Okay, we're almost hot enough. I don't know if you can see, but we're getting a little wavy there. That's how we know that the oil is almost at the right temp. Yeah, buy an expensive, like, secondhand fridge or freezer and then it dies the week later. Oh, that would send you over the edge. Sam in the back, I would lose it. Okay, that's the happy sizzle that we want. We'll just load this up and then I'll pour a bit of shallot over all of this. Shallot oil. Maybe we'll deglaze with a bit of white wine. And then after the mushrooms are cooked and starting to cool down, we'll shred up some cheeses. It's so wild how much fat the mushrooms always soak up as they cook. Like, the bottom of this pan is probably bone dry already. So now some of the shallot oil. Smells so yummy. Some salt and pep. No bland mushrooms here. And now, let's give this a stir. Nice. happy shrooms.
Gil, how many hours watching do you have?
Gillis?
It's like you've been around for a long time.
Gillis, how many watch hours? What is the command? Just watch it. Watch time? Exclamation mark watch time in chat? Annie, an entire month that you'll never get back. Nice, Mike. Yeah, just one day. That's doable. Nice, Dust. We do a lot of kidding as well. I don't know if you can tell. These mushies are happy in there. Okay, I got a bit of Pinot Grigio to use up still. Might as well do a little deglaze. Baby Bellas, you got it, Bonk. Here they're known as cremini mushroom.
That's awesome. Do you feel like you learned something?
Watch this educational cooking streamer and I have not learned a thing.
Not a damn thing.
Some reason I keep going back though. We gotta get the steam fan.
Yeah, you gotta get that shit going for sure.
Woo-wee! Edumacation. That's right, Mish. She never learns nothing here. She's only 12 after all. Hi, Lily. Hi, Funky Savvy. Good one, friends. Love to see that. That might be the one thing that Mish learned. Is maybe there's just never enough feta here. That's actually one of the next things on the list. Feta. Oh, pineapple timer's done. Thought I heard a Samo back there. Maybe I'll peek here. He's getting it, chat. Okay, stir this. See the little bit of moisture that came out of these? Keep them moving. Don't have to get them really browned necessarily, but definitely cook out some excess moisture. Otherwise, that'll just cook onto the pizza and could make the crust a bit soggy. Let's concentrate the mushroom flavor. Feta is a pita. Yeah, we got feta today. After we shred the pizza mozzarella, I'll go grab the feta. The shawarma. I think that one is gonna turn out really nice. We'll sneak some bell pepper on just for like a veggie fresh crunch. I'll just thinly slice it. That'll be good. Hello, doggo. Laundry folding time, Annie. Nice. These are almost there. They cooked so nice in this pan. Nice. Check this out. So this is what happens to the pineapple. It just starts juicing.
I walked outside and that's the first thing I smelled was like, oh, roasted pineapple.
Yeah, it's done.
Done.
Cook it till it's done. So we'll let that cool off now. And then we'll shave all that off. Have you ever oven baked the block of feta? Here we go. Words from my brain are now getting hard. It's amazing how a cheese so crumbly can get so melty. I think with the feta we have in the fridge, that would really work well. So it's not super salty. It's just really nice and creamy. And I have wanted to do that baked feta with tomato pasta. Sam says no, though. He's like not a big warm cheese dude, I don't think. Sam doesn't like hot cheese. Okay, I think we're gonna pour some of our wine in now. Everything is looking nice and cooked. How is the flavor? Tasty? Did you get a bit of shallot oil?
No.
Oh. Does it need some salt? I'm gonna deglaze with some of this.
Maybe just like a little.
Do it up. Yeah, you're welcome, Sarah. It's magical. So the sweet pineapple flavor concentrates, but then with the roasting and the charring, you get like a savory kind of smoky essence inside. Steam it up.
Oh, love halloumi. Oh.
Halloumi?
Yeah, we gotta make that salad again.
Again?
Yeah.
I feel like we just made it recently.
There's squash there.
You've done that, AMK? It was really good? Yeah, you're right. There is a squash there to make the halloumi squash salad again. It's so yummy. And what else? We did fried halloumi with something else, Bong. You're right.
The pesto and the Indian food here.
Oh, yeah. Halloumi palak. We did a spinach curry with halloumi, and that was so good. That is a definite vegetarian thing that I would eat all the time. Butto's got a recipe for quiche, caramelized onion, sliced tomato, and a bunch of feta. That would be good too. Pan-fried whole, Eric? You're wild. Pan-fries the whole halloumi? I think it is there, Bonk. Halloumi palak. Okay, this is almost done. That's not too hot. We'll just pour it back into the bowl that they came from. Hello, Peter.
We have some Wisconsin brick cheese.
Yeah.
Yes.
First time in our life. Cheese, I know, would be so proud of us. Okay, let's turn this off. So I usually cook the wine out until the mushrooms are starting to stick to the pan again. Get it nice and dry. Maybe that is a bit too warm to hold. A bit past my comfort level. Dunzo. That really cooked down, hey? Get rid of this. I'll just pop it up here to cool off. Doggo's gonna be like, yeah, smells good. Stupid ad. That's just like life these days, hey? Basically every platform has ads now. I think, let me ask this chat. Would we rather this? Would we rather watch an ad on content like this or YouTube, that kind of stuff, rather than watching the commercials on cable TV? How do we feel about this comparison? I think the one thing that I don't love about Twitch's ads is a lot of the time they have the same ads playing on all the channels. I would love to have like different ads to watch and like maybe even curated towards the content that you're already watching. To me, that would be so smart on their end. Then the people wouldn't complain as much. It's all good, Peter. It is all good. Just you taking your time here, spending it with us. That's what matters most. Oh, nice, Bonk. Right, your soup dumplings. And thanks for the little tidbit about them yesterday. I got pumped. Kept the water to a dull roar boil. Swap baskets halfway through. Yes, that's what we usually do too. Sorry, I just forgot to tell you that yesterday. It's like halfway through steaming the dumplings, we always switch top to bottom. The ad they have now makes you cringe, right? It's like, so make food related ads or like food and drink related ads for the food and drink section, things like that. It would just make sense. I don't know. Ads are way worse on TV and NA from what you've seen, Mish. They're here too, but not nearly as many. So like most cable TV shows, 30 minutes is what they air for. But you're not getting that amount of content. You're maybe not even getting half. You're not even getting 15 minutes of it. Do you get 20 minutes worth? Yeah. So you get 2/3 of the time worth the 30-minute program, but then you can't just like fast forward through those, all the commercials. No, the ads for stream channels do generate revenue. Support is key, but you're right. They could have more variety. Right. Thank you, Blood Oak. Oh, that's so generous. Gifting the sub to Peter Matthews. There you go, Peter. Now you're part of the kitchen crew. It's great to have you. About 22 minutes of ads in an hour of normal TV programming there in the States, Bonk. Yeah, that's why we honestly just we don't even have cable TV anymore. Commercials are a pee break. Oh, that's a good way to look at it too, Titan. I don't remember either, AMK. I honestly don't. Maybe when we were in Vancouver? Still? Crazy. Okay, I'm gonna go grab the Cheesums. I also find like this style of content, both Twitch and YouTube, it's more personable. Like you can really relate to the broadcaster and like you get to know them more. Special. Okay, so first things first, this is the Wisconsin brick cheese. Samo bought some of this from his works for us to be able to use, and this is the #1 cheese that you should be using on Detroit style pizzas. It even says it in Cheese Pizza's recipe. There is Mish. There is literally that. They have something for the broadcasters called an ad manager. And yeah, so Sam said, for every 15 minutes of our content, we do a 30-second ad. And that helps the pre-rolls stay off. So you know when you go into a stream and you have an ad right away before you can even see anything, that helps keep that away. And we find that it actually brings in more viewers. It does. It smells like a matzo provolone mix almost. The brick cheese.
It's an interesting smell, eh?
Yeah, it's like creamy but funky. It feels very like spongy as well. Nice. So that's already blitzed up. So we're just gonna do the same with this. Am I grating all of this matzo?
Might as well.
Okay. Headed over to give your little sister her birthday presents. Exciting, Dust. Have a good one. And I don't know your sister, but happy birthday to her. Hope you have a fun time. So then we got this. Dun, 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 to make up for the rest of the way with the cheese. I will chunk this up first. And then after that, we'll set up the RoboCoupe, the food processor, because I am not shredding this by hand.
Nope.
Cheese, if you please. Holy, that's got some sheen to it. Oh, hi. Can you guess where the dog is right now, chat? By hand would be more content, Mike. You just wait, sir. If you've never seen our food processor yet, trust, this is going to be some content. So now I have to cut this to fit into the processor. So I'm just gonna go like 1 inch down this way and then in half. This cut's nice too. It's not sticking to the knife. You have seen it? The robot coupe. This stuff is hard to grate though by hand. Like you really run the risk of hurting yourself. Hard on.
You don't have to cut it that small.
Would I like to?
Okay. Carry on.
You miss cheese. Cheese is love. Cheese is life. Yeah, Mike, I think I've seen it, Kate. But now I'm unsure. You would know. Fastest cheese grating of your life. That's what Doggo is saying right now too, Bonk. She says, Auntie, did you know that I am a cheese dog? Nice one. That's pizza mozzarella. One thing you always have to do when you're giving your dog new snacks, you always have to tell them what it is so that they also know. It's only fair. In a previous life, I would have eaten about a quarter of the whole block as a snack. I think I might need a little snack too. Always got to try what you're working with. Sharing is caring.
Oh. Hello. Oh, hi. Dog.
Astra says, Uncle, Auntie didn't share.
I'm not sharing with you.
Amp, you had an idea. Also, hi, Crux. Hope you're having a good Sunday. It feels crazy to actually be making pizzas on a Sunday. It's only 3 o'clock now, though. I think we're gonna get baking momentarily, too. Subway used to offer a pizza sub, so I replicated it with a French baguette. Pasta sauce, sausage instead of pepperoni, because that's what you prefer. Use those globs of matzah soaked in a brine. Oh, bocconcini. That would be really good, Amp. Little recreation for yourself. Why not? Cheese is the reason for the season. Any season. Okay. Get this big thing out. Take it easy over there. Do you hear all the commotion that I do? So boom. And then all of my attachments are here. This is what I'm working with right now. So this gets popped on here on the side, go boom, lock it in. Twist that till it drops. We add our blade on top of that. What are you guys doing? Oh my gosh. And then that. So maybe I'll turn this, I don't even know which way right now. What'll be the best for a stream?
On the back side.
I'll go this way. Boom. Set that up there. Saw this for the lamb? Nope. That's a completely different system. This is a industrial food processor that you will find in like basically every restaurant kitchen. So then we feed through the top here. I'll probably go this bigger side. So one nice thing about this big part when we fill it, whoa. Did something just fall out of there? But I just saw a little dusty. Yeah. So when you open this, it automatically stops the processor from turning. And then when you put it back down, it keeps going. So it's got that little safety on it. Thought this was for blending stuff. It also has that attachment amp. I can show you that one too. Yeah, these are not cheap. They're super, super powerful. So there's also this one with the blade to make sauces, things like that. And that was another like long-term goal for us. So now the only thing I'm going to do is grab a container that fits under here to catch all of this. And I think it might actually work the best. A couple Cambros. Derp Squad Dave! We'll probably use 2 of these filled. We want it nice and close to where the cheese is gonna come out because like I said, this is high powered and it really flies everywhere. So you'll kind of like hold it as it fills. We'll do that one. Welcome in, Dave. I got 2 of these. We're good, Samo. How was your stream, Dave? How's the weekend? Just a small step up from the KitchenAid, right, Annie? If you know, you know. Send help. Every single stream. Okay, away we go. So I'll load it up first. We should be able to put like 3 cheese chunks in this side. Boom. Close it. And then turn it on. That's the only thing about turning it the other way. So ready? Ta-da! Again. So that was half. Half a block of cheese, seconds. Boom. That one's filled. Switch out containers. Fill up the thing again. Away we go. This is the first you've heard of Canadian style. I think it's typically pepperoni bacon mush. Crux. And so yes, probably everyone does want one of these and should honestly have one in their life. But I will say the price point is a bit high. Might scare some of you away. But as someone who has used this a lot in their life, it just made sense for us. Okay, so now turn it off. We'll unplug it and then I'll just show a bit from the inside how it looks, because sometimes it gets a little bit bunged up. Cherry Page, thank you for the follow. You're guessing 800. My face. Who are all the pizzas for? One for us, Couple for my bro and his partner, and then we have a couple friends popping by today to pick some up. Hi, new habitat. How have you been? So then this is how it comes back apart. And then, I don't know if anything's gonna fall out. So that's how it looks on the bottom. So yeah, you'll have a little sneaky cheese bit there. That doggo is very happy to clean up. But usually I just kind of take it out and put it into the container. And yeah, you can see how clean it stays on the inside, right? And they got different sizes of the shredders available. Usually I just go tap, tap, tap. Get the rest of that out. Thank you, Dave. Found these while dropping the raid. I don't need them. They're all yours. I appreciate that, my dude. Thank you for always bringing your community here. Love it. Yeah, I would have preferred a little bit of a like larger shredding attachment, but that is something we can always buy later on. You can always buy the extra accessories. So now, usually just kind of first do a dry wipe of the cheese, because I find if we just wipe with a wet cloth right away, it really gets messy. Just kind of dust that off. Vitor22, thank you for the follow. Doing really good. And yeah, thanks. I'm happy you're loving the stream. Vicariously got a new Breville food processor. Sigh. I guess I'm sticking with that. I mean, you can always return it. Or just use the Breville. Keep saving up for the robot. And then when you have enough, switch them out, right? That's what we've done. Yeah, this is overkill, guys. Like, you only get this if you plan on doing mass quantities of stuff, which we are. So going forward, things like coleslaws, pop your cabbage and carrots through there, no problem. It also has, so instead of like a shredder, there's a dicing attachment. Literally like perfect cubes of onion, carrot, celery for soups. Instead of taking the time to cut it by hand. There's so many different uses. I don't even know if I've used all the different attachments that these come with. Because like every restaurant kind of has a different one. And I will also say that's the first new one I've ever got to use in all of the years working in food service. Typically they're honestly just like beat to crap, held together with tape. And it's like, that's such an expensive machine. People are mean to their stuff, so that's why we just buy new. What was that, my dear?
I get the oven heating up?
I think so. I just have to, what? Just get the feta together? I think that's pretty much it. Funky, all of that pineapple talk made me make a pineapple upside down cake. It's in the oven and it smells so good. Seeing prices ranging from $1,100 through to $1,500 for the R2N, which is, so we have the R301 Series D. I don't know. R301 Series D, 3.5 quart. So obviously we'll do a mixture of those two cheeses that we have available today. And we usually do 12 ounces, Sam? I don't know why I always forget the amount. 1 full pound of cheese, if you please. Oh yeah, that's right. So the older Robo Coupes, so we have magnets that like make all the things work with the safety features. They actually used to have like plastic pins that you would push down through the lid, would always break. So literally some restaurants, You're powering the food processor, sticking a skewer into it. No, it's not okay. All right, I'm gonna go grab the feta. I will be back momentarily. So I'll take care of the feta, and then by that time, the pineapple should be cooled. We'll turn on the oven, start building pizzas and baking. Away we go. 301B or 301 Series D. Trying to type, but my browser wasn't on there. There you go, Bonk. Oh, it's still not. Oh, yeah. Get a wireless keyboard with the iMac, they said. It never works, not even once.
Hey. It's on the PC site.
Oh, okay, sorry. But still. Okay, I have to mute while I go grab the feta because the audio will cut out when I go to the fridge. I'll be back. Feta. Feta makes everything better. Whoa. And then I brought this bell pepper for the shawarma. Shawarma. It's really too much machine for home use. Thank you for that. It really is. It is a lot, Amp. But I mean, listen to this. $18 for 3 kilos or $12 for 1. I'll let you decide. And I mean, we gotta fill the big fridge with something.
Yep, fill it.
Just buy the biggest feta possible. This is something that we've never used before either. Cow and goat feta. And then everyone went nuts looking up AAA cheese. The brand that it's from. That sentence made you crack up. Annie, are you still grading a bit? Similar to how you could pack lines of children. At first I read it as chicken. Lines of chicken into an auditorium if they're well behaved. What? Okay, there's a chunk in here that we previously cut. Dun 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 dun. Go fishing. You never fished for your feta before? And now chunk it off like that. Maybe a bit more. But look at how this stuff, like, it doesn't have any holes. It's not a holy type of feta. And then we always drop it back down into the brine to be submerged. It is sacred. Let's see, Tikasella. There's one thing I never looked at. Was the best before. September 3rd, 2022. That's a long time. But like you have to keep it submerged in the brine, right? Otherwise it will honestly go bad in a day almost. Feta is life. Yeah, it won't be around long enough to even worry. I'm hoping not, Annie. Get a gown. At least 9 months, so a feta baby then. And then I'm not crumbling it too small for the pizza. Wonder what would happen, Mish? I mean, you could always try and report back to us. It's for content, right? That was a 3-kilogram bucket. So times that by 2.2 and you have your pounds. This is the highest, or like one of the higher grade fetas that I've ever used in my life. I had one better one when we were in Vancouver. We ordered, it was like a soft goat or a sheep and cow feta, but it was soft instead of being hard and crumbly. That was amazing. Okay, just gonna go rinse off. And then I'll turn the oven on to start heating up as we finish prepping the last couple things. And then we're there, chat. Not too bad at all. Quicker than some pizza days, for sure. So 500 is what we want. I'll probably go just a little bit under because this is convect and we have not used that before. Okay, take this away. Grab a couple things from the fridge. Like the meats. I have tzatziki already made, so I don't think we have to make any extra. I think we have just enough. Astra's helping now. She knows it's getting serious time. So there's our tzatziki, our prepped meats. These we didn't have to do much with. It's just a dry cured pepperoni. Literally just take it out of the bag. And then here's our couple lamb burgers. So this is raw. When we are crumbling it over the pizza, make sure that you don't have too large of chunks, right? So otherwise it won't cook. Move our feta. We'll quickly slice up this pepper and then we'll do the pineapple. Got my knife. Yeah, I brought it back over. Feta and olives. We do have some of that olive tapenade. Nom nom nom. Holy amp. Yeah, if Mish ate that, she would end up with all of these calories. And probably a tum-tum ache. Okay, so let's core this. And I'm just gonna do thin little slices to sprinkle over the shawarma pizza, just for like something extra, a veggie bite. Won't really notice the flavor, I don't think. Oh yeah, let's test this one. Looks like we have a pepper dog here. Been testing different veggies that she likes to eat. How do we feel? It's good for dogs. Usually if I tell her that, she'll eat it. Probably have to go see your doctor and maybe even change your name, Bonk says. Right. Okay. So I'll just go along, Don't go too thin, but I don't like having like raw peppers on pizza. Nor do we want like paper thin peppers where we don't know what it even is anymore. Was that yummy, girl? She says, hell yeah. I don't see why she wouldn't enjoy this. It's nice and sweet and juicy. It's almost time to build pizzas. This is the really fun part of stream. The tip method on the chop, the fingertips. You always gotta use your index finger for the guide. That's how you don't lose the digits. Or you're saying just how I cut up the pepper. Wasn't that easy? So clean too. Hello, a thorax. Welcome. Yeah, you made it in time. We're just getting ready to start assembling momentarily. Oven's heating up. We're just finishing up some of our toppings. And then away we go. That. Check this one out. Wild. And then let's grab this cutting board. This is a charred pineapple. Literally cooked whole over a charcoal fire. Just gonna bring my compost over because this burnt skin gets kind of messy. I did notice that the other day, Mike. Yeah, Chef Brandon Allen. He was on Twitch like you said about a couple years ago now. He's just back on, I saw the other day too. So now we're literally just trimming off the skin the same way that you would cut a pineapple. That's how it looks. I always do the top and bottom first. And then kind of keep it clear where you're gonna put the pineapple onto. Because this is a lot of ash here. It's not tasty, it's just bitter. And now we're gonna start trimming. Uncover the magic. This is even good just to snack on the leftovers. Or like I said, you can take the extra grilled pineapple, blend it into a salsa. I just need to fix this one tray. You're a mother, sweet. Yeah, he does infusions. I remember the one stream, or I think we even did a couple cannabis infusion streams. We got so many complaints and lost a ton of viewers, so then we didn't do it anymore after that. The world is still getting accustomed to that. It is so sad, a thorax. It's all good. I think we have really figured out like the content that we like to produce on Twitch, which is definitely like educational, always trying to cook something different. And I've been totally enjoying like the community input on the Monday menu plan streams. Well, that's probably never gonna go away. Okay, now, this is so messy. Trying to control the ash on here. I'm gonna flip this. And then we'll trim this last part. What's that, AMK? On YouTube. Yeah, we'll just have to do a real life meetup. Exactly, Annie. Okay, now try and scrape some of this away. Dog's looking at me like she wants this too. I don't think you would like this, girl. Although she does like lemon. She's like, I always try everything once. Really satisfying cuts. And so see how it's just like literally juicing? And it is still warm to the touch. Oh, the cannabis infusion. You might be able to find the VOD on YouTube. It was chocolate chip cookies that we did from the Bong Appetit cookbook. So yeah, look at this now too, chat. Look at how yellow and like golden it goes. Oh, good one, Samo. He found the link. Check it out. So now we're gonna quarter. I'm not even gonna cut into this one because we're gonna have extra. And now we're gonna trim this. Just trim the core out. Now we can dice it up. So now usually I turn this back over and do like thin slices, 1/2 inch thick. Oh! Samo, we are not done stream yet.
I'm not
Yeah, you are. If you fall asleep, like, I am not held liable for this salmon being smoked. I'm just throwing it out there, chat. That is not my job. I'm making pizzas today. He pretends like he doesn't know himself. Okay, I want to see what the dog does. It's good stuff. The tail is wagging. It passes. It's not trash. You're so adventurous. It is a... Are you eating the whole one?
No.
Oh, okay. It's a cinnamon toast crunch apple one, I think.
Apple check.
Apple Chex? That's from Stam. That's from Stam Hyrule. I think that's enough pineapple. Are we only doing 2 Hawaiians?
2, yeah.
Yeah, that should be lots then. Okay, I'll pack up the rest of this then. We're almost there. Almost time to be building. Yeah, more than just a snap, crackle, pop in those Crispies. Rinse that sticky pineapple knife in our hands. And then I'll pop that pineapple probably just in a freezer bag or something. Gotta open a new box. We are not using the pizza portal. Also, it doesn't exist anymore, Annie.
No, it's for the large egg.
We don't have the large big green egg anymore. But I'm sure if I messaged bro and was like, hey, we upgraded to an XL, he would probably send us one.
Probably should get one.
Should probably message him. I would love to advertise his stuff in the truck. So many new boxes today, I know. Are your hands in the cheese?
Huh?
His hands were in the cheese. We didn't give him enough of a snack. Mr. Pepperoni is here ready with us. And that will just cool. Put that over here for now. Get this away. We are cleaned. I'll just put this on the side even. And so, we just need the pizzas now. And then I will leave this there because we'll crumble that up. Okay, I'm gonna take one more break. And then actually one last thing I'll do just on the cutting board here is we'll just pop our tomato sauce to stay warm. Or I don't even have to do it on the board, I'll just put it to the side. And that's really it for the toppings. But yeah, you really want to make sure that your tomato sauce is hot, ready to ladle over those pizzas when they're done baking. Sorry, my induction is just giving me a run for my money over here. Making me work. Nice, Nessie. I don't think I've ever heard that saying before. Up to the land of nod for me. Take care, Ness. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow for our Monday menu plan. Thanks for hanging out all day. And then I hope you have a great rest. Amp. Charred pineapple sorbet. We should try that when the ice cream maker comes in. For sure. And then Bonk was saying a charred pineapple lime granita. Yeah. All of those sound great. I'm in. Samo, you can help me bring the doughs out now and I'll start building up.
This is one.
Happy dough. Happy dough. Did it crush?
Good.
Yeah, I'm good. Boom. This is why I had this here. Do a little transfer in.
Can't lean the
Whoa, it is going.
log right up against the oven.
Oh, I wasn't trying to. I thought I had it propped up on the water bin there. And then I'm just gonna unstack these back here now. Nicer stack.
Those look good.
These are looking great, chat.
First two, Hawaiian lamb kebab.
Okay. Don't know if I need any more of the plastic, so I just popped it up there. What, Squigs? That's awesome. Did you know that we're even making this today? Or it was just a nice coincidence? And then what type of pizza did you get? Yeah, the pineapple nibs over a scoop of sherbets. Okay, so we can see the corners. They are not completely filled out, so I told you what to do. Literally just stretch, stretch, stretch up. And that should do it. Same with the other side. We'll get one more pan ready to go here. We'll do 2 at one time. Had to pre-order it on Wednesday. Ah, nice, because yeah, you said it was a pop-up spot. Pepperoni, mush, and sausage. Deadly, dude. Let us know how it is when you get into it. Also, I have to ask, is it the same size as we're doing right now, 10 by 14? It's really bubbly and bright, isn't it, Bonk? These turned out awesome. And then, oh, I did get rid of my scale for measuring the cheese amount. That's my own fault. Just wipe off some of this dough. Remember, guys, I was like, oh, I'll just put the scale to the side and deal with that later. No, we need it now. Kate sandbagged herself. So important to measure the cheese just so you do put the same amount on every pizza. I think it is, or maybe it's an 8 by 10. That would be a little bit smaller then. So it will be 8 ounces of one and 8 ounces of the other, or I might do 10 ounces of the pizza matzah and 6 ounces of the brick, just for the ratios that we have. So we use all the brick? It looks like we have less of it though. Oh. Okay, so 6 ounces of pizza matzah then? And thanks, AMK. Yeah, the dough really turned out good this time around. Perfect. Our sauce is all bubbling and happy. So literally, if you guys do the math, an entire pound of cheese per pizza. There it is. That's the magical number. Now I'm just gonna mix this up a little bit so that we can distribute it evenly. And so we do $25 per one of these pizzas, which we think is totally fair. And in the past, when we would make for our friends, they never argued even once. So really, really, really important. You go all the way to the edge. Remember, that frico crust. Crispy, lacy, cheesy crust around the edge of the pizza. Only Deaf Guy, thank you for the follow. I had thought that you followed previously. If I can remember, right? Maybe my memory is failing. But welcome on in. Hope you're doing A-okay. You definitely paid 25 bucks for this. Thanks, AMK. We think that's pretty fair. Like a 3-day dough. And then a lot of the toppings we are making ourselves too, right? And yeah, so you literally layer all of the cheese on first and then add stuff on top of there. Which is so wild, right? Typically you go sauce and then toppings and cheese last. It's almost opposite. So that one is cheese. We'll just put it to the side. That gets heavy quick. Back onto the scale. Sammy doesn't like a lot of cheese and toppings? Who told you that, Mike? Him from the room, huh? Got him. Give me all of the cheese. Mix them up real quick. Away we go. Literally like almost throwing the cheese on the side of the pan. This is, I think it's gonna be the best ones yet. I know we always say that though. Sometimes it happens though. I mean, we're pretty serious about our food. We're always trying to get better every time. Definitely not trying to get worse at cooking. Hi, Heliquin. How are you doing? Tap, tap, tap the rest. Okay, let's do the least messy one first. Samo said the Hawaiian and then a shawarma. So I'll do the Hawaiian first. We're gonna do some prosciutto cotto, as well as some mild capicola, and then our charred pineapple. You can see how cutting the meat up like this, you can really distribute more of it all over. And then like we talked about when we were prepping, is you're not gonna pull the entire toppings off in one bite because the meat's all cut up properly. This is really nice prosciutto cotto as well. Nice fat marbling in there. The pineapple's unfortunate, and that's okay. I mean, you're not eating it, Crux, so that's all right. But we have some people that we know that like to eat Hawaiian pizza. Even myself does. So as a Canadian, here we are. So the capicola is cured with like pepper and herbs and spices, so it has a really nice flavor to go with the ham and pineapple. Another good one with this combo is bacon for a bit of like smoky saltiness. thanks friends contributing to our community challenge as well. I think we're almost there with this one. Boom. Should do it maybe a little bit more. Okay. Papa Pickle 70. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, this is gonna destroy Finn, but she's still excited. So that also says something about how good these pizzas are. Mike, you just subscribed on our YouTube? Thank you.
542.
542? We're on the road to 1,000. I think this is gonna be the year, guys, that we get there. This is it. Okay, one more. One more in that corner. And I think we're good. Nom nom nom. Okay, next. Just gonna do a quick wash up here so we don't cross-contaminate the flavors. And then as those other pizzas are baking, we can keep building the next ones. And that's how that's gonna go. Am I only doing one shawarma?
Yeah, so instead of doing a half and half pizza, you're just going to make 2 pizzas for the 4 of us.
Yeah.
You're going to make one shawarma.
Yeah.
One Hawaiian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, and thanks, Carses. Thanks for keeping me hydrated. Cheers. This is also one of my favorite parts of these pizzas, Mike. Yeah, like 20 minutes. It's so quick. It's so quick. I love it. Like 20, 25 minutes. Okay, that's really hot there, so do not sneaky store up top. First time we actually cranked the oven to this temp as well. So next ones, our lamb shawarma. I'll crumble that up. I think I'll just use some gloves, and then first I'm gonna put the veggies down, which is literally just some bell pepper that we shaved a bit of for color, a bit of juiciness and crunch, because we are putting feta cheese and tzatziki on this after, and I know lamb is fatty too, so it's good to cut through all that fat. Now this pizza has you intrigued, Crux? Good. Happy to hear it. And yeah, they bake at a super high heat. That's why it's so quick. That. Open up my burgers. I thought this was gonna be a pretty cool way to use up the extra lamb burger meat. I thought we should try it out. Oh no! Welcome, welcome in. Purple Hippie 1, thank you for the raid. How is your day? Just gonna grab one of these at a time, I think. How was your stream? What did you get up to? Also, welcome Ryan, good to see you. And this pizza is different, Mike. So Detroit style, you always sauce after at the end. So this is just a lamb burger meat that we previously made on stream. Fresh ground with different spices, garlic, shallot. Really, really nice. So it's got like kind of a shawarma flavor. So we're gonna crumble this little lamb sausage all over and let that bake. Twitch does an unfollow thing? I didn't know. Hello then. Yeah, welcome. I'm just bad about like just not following. That's me as a streamer. I'll watch someone for literally years and then realize I didn't follow them. And then it's always awkward. I get in heck. Purple Hippie, thank you for the follow. So see how I'm crushing these pieces quite small to make sure that they do cook, since this is raw right now. That's one thing you should be aware of. And then this was only like one burger, 1 6-ounce burger. So you can see how much it distributes when you do it like this too. I'm doing really great, thank you. Oh yeah, there's no closed captioning here. Sorry. I guess we can turn that on. We need to activate it. Sam, can you do that on your side? I am truly sorry for that. Should I do one more burger, guys? Like just fill it up? Might do half. Hi, Cheese. The pizza's going good. We're just about to get the first 2 in. Hit 2K on Friday. Good one. That's great to hear. Because this is going to shrink as it cooks. We know this too. So yeah, maybe don't hold back. Don't hold out on the lamb. The dog just wags her tail more beside me. She's like, that's right. Ah, that's where you were at, Cheese. A local or a loud taco place earlier. Hey, it's all good. We're just happy that you're able to stop by. Fill in all of the spots. Okay, success. This is gonna be wild. And I think the only thing I'm gonna kind of do is just give this a little press. Actually, that won't work. It'll just stick to my hands. Okay, I'm gonna wash my hands and that's how that's gonna go in. We'll set a 10 or 15 minute timer to check them halfway through. Maybe do a quick rotate. Carry on. We'll keep building pizzas as those bake. We have 4 more to build. Okay, you can see the oven in this view anyway, so I'm just going over there. Whoa, I don't know if that's gonna work. The pizza pan, guys, is very tall and I don't think it's gonna be able to cook evenly because it's basically touching the top of the oven. Just gotta move a rack. That's not gonna work either. Okay, restart. Restart. We tested this earlier, but not with the pans. I don't want to let all the hot air out. There we go. Whoa. All right. 10 minutes on the clock. Tomato sauce is hot beside us. Good to go. That's not gonna work. We'll do 2 pizzas at a time and see how it does. Yeah, cheese is gluten-free dough. I can't recall if he has developed a recipe for that yet. And yeah, I think that's gonna be great. We have it completely cranked. So next pizza is Samo.
Eric's doing a 50-50 Canadian and Hawaiian.
Okay, I was gonna say there's no more shawarmas, right?
No.
Because I just used all the ingredients on one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chris is getting 100% Canadian, and Cody hasn't gotten back to me yet, so
He might not be coming
he
over.
might not be coming over. I'm gonna say
Guys, our
not
one
coming over.
our one friend was gonna come pick up pizza today. Know what happened? Car found a massive pothole, back tire destroyed. So he's dealing with that today instead. Unfortunate, because I mean pizza would make that day better. Ooh, for sure. You really have to dodge them, Annie. They're so bad here in the winter. Because like once the pothole starts, then the plow, if the plow catches into the hole, it makes it even bigger and deeper.
Yeah, there's some big ones.
It's not okay.
You watch the Cars and Coffee this morning. You'll see us dodging some potholes that are like literally tire killers. Ooh.
Okay, that one's good. Sneak some of these edges up as well. Not like the most bubbly dough we've ever had, but I think it's gonna be great. Yeah, hit one earlier. It's like, oh man, just waiting for the like bad sound. He sent you a photo? Oh, that's just what's going on right now. We're making pizzas, right, Uncle? Right, Astro? Uncle, it's pizza time. What pizza are we eating? Sell whole pizzas or a few slices? We sell whole pizzas, $25 Canadian a pop. We are eating the lamb shawarma one and the Hawaiian one. We're gonna share those 2 with my bro and his partner. Also going to set my watch so that it actually rings. Yes.
That was good. No.
Looks good to you, cheesecake. Phew.
No, I think
Yeah, Finn. Yeah, I would like pizza too, Auntie. She knows.
I like pizza.
Pizza dog. I bet you she remembers the smell from the summer
Probably.
of all the different ingredients in the dough.
Did we
She
do it?
knows.
Yeah, we did it once here before our fridge crapped out.
Yeah, that's why Lazy has the pan. Yo. Is the feta going on the lamb pizza at the end or during the bake? We didn't talk about this. What did you say, Sam? End. If a couple cheese pieces hit the ground, that's okay too, guys.
Because like it'll be really nice for the cold crumbly feta, I think.
That with the tzatziki?
Yeah.
Yeah. Feta. Yeah, Mish, what are the options here? The Frico Rico. Just eat it, she says. Do we have to make a feta variation of the song Just Beat It? Hi, Mina. Welcome in. Yeah, perfect timing. That's what I was thinking too, Mike, is like maybe just a kiss of heat on the feta.
Oh no, those looking good.
Happy Zaz.
Those are looking happy.
The dog gave up. She is now laying down. She can't handle it.
You should just let it reheat before putting the pizzas in, I think.
It'll be okay. Was like, where did the other one go? It's literally right there. It's literally right there. Purple Hippie, your stream was good. I am doing great, and thank you. It's okay. It's actually follower only.
We will look at that after, I guess.
I don't know that I had that setting. So we will actually check that right now. Thanks for letting us know. I know that we have the 10-minute timer just to get away from the Twitch bots that were around before. And these pizzas bake at 500 degrees Fahrenheit. Basically as hot as your oven can get. Blood Oak. Mish, thank you for staying up with us. I know this is gonna be rough. I don't think that we did the follower only. I thought we just did the other thing, but maybe we hit the wrong button or something. You know, human error is a thing. Yeah, those bot raids were seriously no joke. So yeah, thank you for understanding. And yeah, what did you get up to on stream? Would love to know. Three minutes on those next Zaz. Want me to change it to 0 minutes? I don't know. Maybe we'll lower it to like 5? Since things have been better lately. Sounds good, deaf guy. Hope you have a wonderful sleep. And yeah, have fun at work tomorrow. Samo just did it. Looks like he did. Boom. Taken care of. That's what teamwork is all about. You made some hush puppies, deadly. Shrimp cocktail, also deadly. And orange chocolate cookies. Personally, I don't love orange and chocolate combined in flavors. That's just my palate, but I hope everything turned out great. Hi, Eric. The pizzas are going good, duder. First two we're about to rotate here. I almost got the next two built.
Am I putting yours in right after this?
You're talking to Eric?
Wrong Eric.
Oh, yeah.
Eric from work is Sam.
You're the same with it, Bonk? Like, I've always tried to love it. Orange and chocolate. But, like, even a Cherry's chocolate orange is pushing me over the edge. We really had a bad experience recently, though. Where did we get that?
Not talking about it.
Someone put orange in a brownie.
Yeah.
And I almost about died.
Yeah. Not talking about where it came from.
You live in New Jersey. Sweet. Okay. So we're all cheesed up. Next ones we said 1 half Hawaiian, half Canadian.
Yeah.
And then 1 full Canadian.
1 full Canadian.
Canadian. Under 1 minute. Boom. Boom. We'll open up our pepperonis.
Golden bite.
And we'll keep these two just warm on the side. And then what are these last ones? Extras.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Is there any reason why the cheese is beneath all the other toppings? Because that's how a Detroit style pizza is supposed to be made. You ladle the sauce on afterwards. there's the timer, first 10 minutes. And so this is the pepperoni that we like. It's a dry cured. Kind of the higher end that we have found from the grocery store. And hi, Suki. So that's what that looks like. And now we go boom, boom. I think rows of 6 will be good. And you just have to slightly overlap because they will shrink a touch. This style of pizza to me is like the most like art. Mm-hmm. We've made a lot of different styles of pizzas, but these, just something different. Maybe it's the rectangular shape helps that feeling. What's the advantage? Cheese, like what's the advantage? I think this is how you end up with the proper crispy, fluffy crust, right? Not weighing down the dough with the heavy, wet sauce. Should I do a little bit more? A little bit more. Like I said, it shrinks. And then the other half of this one is going to be Hawaiian. And then this one is whole, full Canadian. And yeah, we like this type of pepperoni because it doesn't bake out super duper greasy. And yeah, Ezzo-ronis, are they smaller than these? Cheese? That too, Annie. It's easier to eat these with not having the hot tomato sauce. You don't burn your mouth.
Yeah, you can choose if you want the tomato sauce on it. You can choose if you don't want it on top.
You can dip into the sauce if you want to be crazy. The Detroiters might wince at that one, but I mean, I live in Canada, so. Katniss, hello. Hello, Cat. How are you? And yeah, I'm not giving any pepperoni to Doggo because that's just not good for her.
Nope.
She gets raw lamb, all of the like expensive stuff.
That's pepper, it's good.
Not from you, Uncle.
Hey, it's good pepper, look.
That's good for dogs.
Right there.
Only if Auntie says it, okay? Wow. She actually won't eat the bell pepper from Sam.
Okay, it's fine. That's fine.
Wait, you can get the pepperoni in different sizes? I didn't know that was a thing. Are we doing the mortadella on the Canadian side?
Yeah.
Mortadella, pepperoni, and mush.
Yeah.
Nice. You're cooking some cornbreads? Yeah. Astra doesn't accept bell peppers from sketchy people. She's like, Uncle, I already had all my veggies. I'm just here for the meat, okay?
Meat and cheese.
So the mortadella I like because it crisps up nice.
Yeah.
The fatty bits in there, especially with the mushrooms. You know what I didn't do was reset the timer, did you?
No, but I'm watching them.
Okay.
I know what they should look like.
LoJack, cup and char pep is where it's at? I don't know. Canada doesn't get fancy pepperoni like that. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. This is the fanciest pepperoni I've seen.
So, leave enough to make one more Canadian.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we'll just do another Canadian and another Hawaiian.
Okay. Yeah, I think we'll actually have just the right amount.
Yeah. Yeah. Eric is bringing you over some honey for You can put it in your tea if you would like.
Mmm.
Good night, Oak.
Blood Oak, you made it. Or at least almost. He's like, no. If you stay up any longer, getting up early is going to kill you. In 5 hours? Friend, go get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow, okay? Have a lovely sleep. Okay, and then we do the capicolo on the Hawaiian. Eric is a sinner? What? He's probably like, yeah, Cat, you're not wrong. Is it bubbling? It's puffing?
There's happiness in here.
Whoa. Okay, last. Yeah, I'll do the pineapple first and then I'll go rinse my hands and we'll finish with mush. Oh, this Eric is a sinner. Yeah, it needs more pineapple. Here you go, bro. We'll even overlap some on the pepperoni. Boom. Okay, I gotta go rinse. Good girl, Astra. Just don't want to contrast the pineapple flavor with the mushroom. I don't see that one going over well. Yep, smells like a pizza parlor. Here we go.
It does smell really good in here right now.
Oh, the waft. It's the second time watching me cook. Made you eat tomorrow's lunch. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Deep True, what are we gonna do? Okay, we'll fire up the drone tomorrow, Deep True, and bring you some lunch. Drone delivery. Oh no, almost messed up the pepperoni. So you see how long it takes to make these too? It's like you almost just get the next two done before the other ones are coming out. So you save that for one more. That works perfectly there.
That looks so good.
Okay, now I'm gonna go wash up again. Is these pizzas upside down? A bit. Oh, and to an Italian, 100%. That smells really, really good. Get our ladle ready. Don't insult my ancestors. I love the kappa. I know that you're being joking. But yeah, these are Detroit style pizzas. They are traditionally baked. So it's a 3-day dough that you make underneath. 1 pound of cheese on top, and then you do your toppings on top of that. And then we just have the sauce warm on the side
I think we're gonna do a Cody delivery.
in a pot to ladle over. A delivery?
Yep.
Why is he sad?
Yeah. Well, Carly went to work.
Oh, she went to work.
He doesn't have a car for 2 days.
Uber everywhere.
He's like, can you freeze it for me?
No.
I'm like, no. but I think I'll drop it off to you if you want to go for a little drive. Maybe we can pick up the Lego at the same time for you.
I should message that dude.
You probably should. It's after 4:30, so it should be fine.
Yeah.
Should all work
I'll
out
message him up then.
Okay.
I don't know where my phone is. Katniss is saying to me, warm pineapple is abhorrent. She is so upset. Considering a 2 to 3 topping large pizza is typically around $15, it's so not worth making it at home. In my opinion, sorry for that, I had a little itch. It's always worth it. I'm pretty picky about my pizzas though. And like, so the cheaper pizzas, what I have found, especially lately, the way that they're made is I just feel so ill after eating them. So I would rather just honestly take the time, the whole 3 days that it takes to make these, and just have like the greatest experience ever. But yeah, sometimes we do go out and grab pizza, like Domino's is something that we've had before. We're not strangers to the frozen pizza every now and then.
Domino's on the island? Awesome. Domino's here? Crap.
But yeah, so like, yes, it seems like a long time to make these, but unless you actually go through all that effort and then taste it in the end, of course it's not gonna be worth it. Pizza on the grill, Katniss, yeah. Exactly, Jiggles. Little Caesars, hot and ready, large for $5.50. Sometimes you can't beat it, especially if you have a big hankering.
Hey, we've done that. It's good. Just sometimes.
Yeah, when you were a teen, Mina, your uncle would make a bunch of pizzas once or twice a year, minimum 6 to feed 4 adults and 3 teens. Yeah. Cheese, yeah, maybe not the place to say that. Cheese is like, I can make an excellent pizza for under $5. It's true. It just takes time, right? The good stuff takes time. And Moser. Hello, Moser. How have you been, friend? It's
Josh
been
is
forever.
back.
Yeah, Josh. Where are you? Are you alive still? We miss you on Twitch. It's true, Bong. Yeah, if you only have like $6 and you're starving or just have a pizza hankering, can't beat it. I've also seen like super easy, quick pizzas done with like a pita bread or even tortilla pizza. If you're a flat or thin crust person. Those are smelling amazing. Gonna do boom. Should I make those or not?
Yeah, you make them up.
Okay, because I was just gonna get some trivets.
Then you can get it done.
Okay, we'll make the last ones then.
I just gotta brown the bottom.
Here's
of
one
all
more for that. Do you want one more trivet over there?
these. Yeah. I just gotta brown the bottom of these.
Just brown the bottom? That's not bad. If everything else worked good. Exactly, so that's where my mind always goes bonk. And then I get like weirded out. It's like, why does this pizza only cost $5.50? Okay. Thin crust crunch. Yeah, Eric. Okay, so we'll just stretch out to the corners first. Good one, Kat. Your cornbread muffins turned out nice. And yeah, the smell. I mean, baking anything is awesome. But like the sweetness, the roastiness of the corn. Jiggles, I learned a long time ago, guys, to just not question the ingredients in cheap food. Just save yourself the heartache and the headache. You know it's not good. Suki, now you want pizza. Little Caesars. Suki's like, please, Kate. So 6 ounces of pizza mozza, 10 ounces of brick cheese. Yeah, Eric. Cornbread, beer, chili. Making it again. Nice, Kat. Thanks for sharing the pic. I will definitely check that out later.
Boom.
Sweet. Thank you, Sama. They look great. Does anyone ever make like a honey butter with their cornbread muffins? Why is that so good? Thank you, Annie. Thank you, thank you. 450 bitlies. We had to even it up. We're now at 867,000 bits from our 1 million goal. What? Oh, we did. Annie did that. Thank you. Honey butter potato chip in Seattle. Weird idea, but quite addicting. Yeah, it's something about the honey and like the fattiness of the butter. Sweetness. Kind of wild. Go all the way to the edge.
Yay!
Bonk, thank you for that. Bonk found 280 bits hiding in the corner of the computer case under the hard drive. Sheesh, those things are everywhere. Thank you, Annie, for the 20. Annie's like, I'm keeping this this number even. Don't even. If Scaramouche comes in, you're done. What? Yes, he is still around. Ask and you shall receive. You know how pumped we are right now, bro? Thanks to Moser. He almost spoiled it. Welcome, 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 welcome. Hello, Josh. We love you as well. Hope you've been good, my dude. I just finished putting literal pound of cheese on our pizza dough. And I'm gonna keep building as we go along here. But how was your stream? Welcome back, duder. And what did you make? What did Josh get up to today? The legendary Josh Elkin. Welcome in all the new peeps from his crew as well. So today we are cooking pizzas from a recipe from another food and drink streamer, Cheese Pizza. I believe he's still here with us. So we don't have a recipe linked from a browser, but if you want the recipe, message Cheese or pop in our Discord. It's all typed up there. Yeah, literal pound of cheese on there, as per the recipe. Stream went well. That was 6 months? Oh my gosh, dude. Where does the time go? Yeah, easing back into it. Well, we're happy to have you back, dude. Check this out. We did it. We're Canadian. We went for it. A Hawaiian with charred pineapple. You can pop that on there even if you want. No, because it'll melt the cheese. This is a lamb shawarma pizza with like homemade lamb sausage crumbles. We need to sprinkle some feta on there. I'm getting distracted now. Okay, I'll finish these up quick. So next pound, and then these are the last 2. Thank you, Kimmers, for the 500. And thanks, chat, for the crazy hype train. What is even going on right now? Ah! We're at a level 2 hype train. Choo! Choo for you. Totally go shawarma. So on top of that, we're doing a little bit of feta and then a couple like tzatziki dollops. Y'all, Bob. We're vibing. No chicken wings on the pizza, but we're here.
Get the cheese on it, and then you can start slicing those pizzas.
It took 3 whole days to make this pizza dough. Yeah, we're cooking with love today. Welcome in everyone new to the kitchen crew. Boom. 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 Look at the burbles, chat. Look at the burbles. And we met the daily sub goal. Yahoo! And we got a BB Bubs. Don't crumble under the pressure, Kate. Only a couple food and drink streamers watching right now. It's fine. Everything is fine. Okay. Oh my gosh. Over. Thank you. Next up, let me just clean up a little bit, guys. Thank you, friends. I'm crushed right now. First one. Okay, let's explain. So lamb shawarma. They all got the same dough and cheese. A lamb burger. Just some sliced bell pepper on there for a bit of freshness. Cut through the fat. Just gonna turn that sound alert down a little bit while I'm talking so you guys can hear me. And then our Hawaiian, we do a char grilled pineapple. So grill the whole thing and then cut all the char off. So it's got like this sweet kind of smoky flavor. Different than just a trash can pineapple. And then we did prosciutto cotto, so just ham and some capicola for a couple different flavors.
This thing you just put them on here.
Oh, good one. And yeah, so next step is us trying to get them out of the pan. If we did everything right, it should be effortless. If we didn't do the steps right, it might be a touch troubling. But I think we're a-okay. You know it, Bubs. Hope you guys have had a great Sunday. Ho, ho, ho. Ho. So yeah, just the bottom is not as crispy as it should be, but the sides and the cheese is really nice. Also, I did run into issues as I was loading the pans in. I had to switch some oven racks. So that might have been the issue. It kind of cooled off a bit. That's the issue, hey, Sama? I'm worried.
Come here.
Oh no! First one, easy. Second one, I told ya. I told ya. We strive for perfection. Whether we hit it, that's another story. I'm just grabbing the pizza cutter. Thanks for the follows, friends. Plop it. It kind of stuck. I think we just made it, honestly, like, too cheesy.
No, it's just...
Because it's all cooked.
It's because the oven wasn't hot enough.
Oh my god! We're just gonna turn the shawarma pizza back into the shawarma. Just roll it up into a wrap. We're fine.
Yep.
It's fine, chat. Whoa. Also, I mean, when you put too much toppings on, that can happen too, right? Oven go any hotter? It does. Or no, it doesn't. Sorry. So now I'm just gonna cut these, Sam, or?
Yeah. Yeah.
The other thing that is different from what we're doing today is we're using the brick cheese for the first time. Maybe it has a little bit more moisture that we're not used to.
I'm telling you straight up, the oven was not hot.
Okay.
It never got past 350 after it was in there.
What?
So now I'm waiting for it to get to the top.
I didn't know that.
It's okay. Oven pizzas were already in. Can't change it after that. It's okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna go rinse this really quick. Blasphemous. Yeah, too cheesy. Oh no, it is fully cooked. So it is fully cooked. It's just not as crispy on the bottom, but it is around the edge. So it could be a bit better, but it also could be way heckin' worse. Always wash your slicer if you're gonna cut a different flavor. And thank you for that Unreal Hype Train, friends. Absolutely amazing. I got all of the emotes. Yeah, at least it's in one piece, right? Dry this off a bit more. And so I like to just cut all of the pieces first and then sauce separately. I just sauce as I eat the pieces, otherwise they can go soggy. Smells really good though, I will say that, for the lamb shawarma one that I'm cutting. Yeah, those bell peppers were key, I think. Okay, just gonna go rinse this one more and then we can finally taste. You would cut it, yeah, just to be nice, even though you do want to rip and tear into it. Thanks, AMK. I think they turned out pretty good. Like I said, could be a bit better, but could also be way, way worse. Just gonna stir up our tzatziki sauce a bit here. And I'm gonna do a little dollop of that on each piece. So instead of tomato sauce on this, creamy cucumber, yogurt, and herb sauce. Cole Johnson 14, thank you for the follow. And yeah, I'm honestly honored right now that it was Josh's first stream back in a while and we got rated. What the heck? Can't wait till the day that we actually get to cook together too. Should I sauce dollop all of these then the same way?
Yep.
Might as well.
Yep.
That would be a heckin' good looking photo. So homemade sauce today as well, chat. We made it earlier on stream. Now we've just been having it stay hot as we keep assembling and baking.
The only thing left over we have is cheese.
We only have cheese left over, that's it. And so yeah, it's typically 2 of these ladles per pizza. Just use one ladle on the first 4 pieces. Finish up with these ones. I need a quick photo for show. You got it. Thank you.
It's warm right here.
I know. It's okay. I'm just making sure you're good. Whoa. I think we did good, Chad. Just want to show here as well. The tray compared to me. Hello. Look at that frico. Okay. We'll have... Are you just going to bring that right over?
Yeah.
We're not even going to have a bite yet. What?
You got 2 slices.
I say, what are you doing?
Got 2 slices.
Chat.
They're like, Kate, get it.
He stole it. Yes. Yes. Look at the burbles. Ah! Not the feta. Okay, it's really freaking hot still. I can barely hold it, but we're gonna go in. It tastes like a shawarma. What? Crumbled lamb, sliced bell pepper, feta cheese, tzatziki. Simple. Could have maybe done some fresh chopped tomato on top. Do we need it? No, but we could. Mmm. Look at how bubbly and airy that dough is. The feta's like slightly warmed, so it's super soft, just melting in my mouth. A little bit of fresh sliced onion. Oh yeah, the pickled red onion. Could have done that too, but there is good onion flavor in the tzatziki bonk. There's some green onion, as well as dill, maybe a couple other herbs. So now, our Hawaiian with the charred pineapple. Spread out some of the sauce more. And then I think I actually want to have a bite from this crispy side. Could be more crispy, but the dough is cooked and it's really flavorful. Mmm. Yeah, chopped fresh tomato. Whoa. That's yummy. Nice sauce. I think this one's better. And like, I love Hawaiian pizza, but I think this one's better. Mm-hmm. And yeah, hot sauce, so good, dude. These are so filling too, by the way. Like, I can maybe eat 3 pieces. And then that's it. So if someone's able to eat an entire Detroit that size, kudos. I would die. Yeah, dip in the shawarma piece as well. Okay, I'm having one more bite. I'll go wash up.
That's Astra.
Oh gosh. Oh, hey, it's okay. Hi. We got the whole danged crew. A bit of olive oil, but no stickage though. Oh, it's setting in, chat. You know when you start making noises like that and the heavy breathing? We got to this point. Whoa.
We has friends.
No room for brownies. Hello. And yeah, crazy doggo.
I like how you guys reset this up. This is awesome.
Astra, down.
Stay down.
I love you, but like.
Yeah, just you can just put your knee up even if she does that. She just gets really excited.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the meat slice is gonna sit there after today, and then be easy mode for us to get everything.
Just need a beer. Yep.
It'll be about 10 minutes. Perfect. Okay.
Great. That's what Ashley
Guys. Yeah, that's Stam and his partner.
Yeah.
Everyone says hi.
Hi, everybody.
And yeah, this is from yesterday. The brownies.
That's great.
That's okay, Sam. Yeah, you can bring her over if you want.
I'll bring it.
She just loves new people so much. She's like, no. I love new friends. Whoa. I'm excited to hear what Sam thinks. Hey, go with Uncle. She's like, I'm not leaving Auntie. She knows where the good spot is. Holy smokies. Guys, you want to see the next ones come out? Sam said about 10 more minutes is all for those. So if you want to see the next ones for sure, we'll hang out. Otter Party, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, more pizza. Finn's loving it. Good. Yeah, the bottom should be a bit more crisp, but at least the edges were crispy. Probably, honestly, just my fault. I didn't let the oven reheat it after I switched the racks around. My own mistake, but now we learned. Now we know. Wow, wow, wow. And pretty awesome that like 2 pizzas fit on that board together. I said the shawarma was better than the Hawaiian one. That one's really like cheesy tasting, I find, the Hawaiian. It's heavy. Mike says heart attack. Almost. If you ate it all, probably. And yeah, the Canadian one, that's right. Pepperoni mush one. That would be really yummy. We never had any of that style yet, but we do have some extras. Or no. We're cooking all of those up and those are going too. Thanks, Sarah. Thank you, thank you. That one's deadly, hey? That one's like total shawarma. Shawarma in your face. Okay, let me catch up. How about we do this? All of our gifted subs. I'm finally at a point where I can think again. This is from Cheese Pizza. His Detroit style. Yeah, Cooking Girl. So it's in our Discord if you search it up. He has it all typed up in PDF. So easy to print. It's like 3 pages. He does not leave anything out that you need to know. Okay, so from Bob's gifted subs, we got 10 new people in. Welcome in Skip 410, Chuton, Rastigo Mike, Hush Eye, Hellquin, Charlie's Uncle, A Guy Doing Things, Brown, Surge Junk 666, and what? Josh Elkin got a gifted sub? Good one. And then from T. Casella, gifted 5 subs to the community. We have Uxo Guy, Jamie Toady 17, Goomba's Shoes, Makes and Messes, and Rosali Division. Welcome in, friendos. It's great to have y'all here. And yeah, thanks for the awesome recipe, Cheese. How many of these have we made now? We did 6 today. I would say at least over 50.
Oh, we're way up.
It's gotta be in the number over 50 of these pizzas made on stream. Wild.
In like 3 minutes, you just got to rotate them.
In 3 minutes, just rotate.
Yeah.
And then how much longer after that?
10 minutes after that.
And then a quick 10. Oh, good one. So that's the pro tip then. Kate, if you ever need a quick crisp to the base, just toss the pizza directly on the stone, hearth, or steel for 15 seconds or so till we get the color without the pan. So just take it out then, because we don't really have a stone, hearth, steel situation yet, but this oven is capable of it. So Sam said about 3 minutes. I'll set my timer. Finn, the lamb one is everything a calzone wishes it could be. Good one. That's a good review. And yeah, Alf, that works good too. And even if you have like a pizza stone to reheat pizza on, it crisps up the crust so nice. What variations of these have we done? Like what toppings, and what's our all-time favorite? Oh, some of the craziest ones we've done, the two I can think of was, it just left my head. Okay, the first one was a Reuben style. So Montreal smoked meat that we made ourselves from a brisket with sauerkraut, the cheese, and then Russian dressing on top after. In heck insane. If you like Reuben sandwiches, I died. Yeah, Eric, my mind just went blank. And then the other crazy one from there is we did like kind of one similar to this lamb shawarma. We did a donair. So Halifax donair style, which is Canadian. So like a beef donair meat, kind of crumbled over it. We did a sweet sauce, is traditional Halifax donair style with like chopped tomatoes and onions on top after. Really good. Yeah, throw it on the plancha on the big green egg. I don't think it would actually fit, Cookie. The plancha, the way it's like half mooned, is I don't think it's even wide enough for the pizza, sadly. But like I said, we have about 7, I think, different racks and trays available for accessories for this oven. So the method won't work until we get one of those. Dang it. So we'll have to get one of those then. Street meat shawarma in Ecuador after getting sloshed at the bars. You got that before, Katniss? Yum. Not sure how far you plan in the future. We only typically plan 1 week ahead. So we do menu plan streams on Mondays for Friday, Saturday, Sunday coming up. So not even a week really. And do we have any vegan stream meals on the horizon? Nothing right now lately. We have done some vegetarian meals, but I will be honest, I don't cook a lot of vegan food. I like to eat just like as much whole foods as possible to get a good balance of everything. So yeah, one thing I don't give up in my life is dairy, sadly. That's like my one big one. I would totally give up gluten over dairy. But yeah, I cook with quite a bit of it, sadly. So you won't see a ton of vegan meals here, but I know that there still some other streamers, guys, that cook vegan. We used to have a really, really amazing one on Twitch, Vegan Chick Eatery. But yeah, she doesn't stream anymore, sadly. What about Copper Confetti? Timer went off. I'm just gonna do a little swivel. I guess we can also take this away while it's just me in here. You can see me working in the oven. But yeah, like I said, we do often cook some vegetarian meals every now and then, just because it's good for us. Go, 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 go. And then another 10-ish. Love my dairy. Or yeah, Lauren, when she does cook, Eric, hey. Yeah, maybe Katniss. You're probably right. It could have been guinea pig. I know they're super popular there. I would try it. Yeah, I can't go dairy free. It's like the one thing. I'm just praying that I never develop like a severe allergy to it. Cheese is life. I don't know. I can't give it up. And like I've followed some pretty strict diets in my life. Katniss, that would be me. I'm lactose intolerant, and Kate, cheese is still life. Okay, let's have a couple more bites as we wait.
I think next time we should definitely just do it in the Traeger. Just keeps the heat better, I think.
We're trying it out for the first time.
Oh,
They're getting there.
Amazing.
If you buy lactose-free milk, it lasts longer. That's cool. What'd you give him? The Hawaiian one? Nice.
That's good.
Oh yeah.
It's so good.
Good.
Homemade pizza is the best.
It is.
it truly is. We have the
It's just different.
real light.
A flashlight, you're peeking? I just swiveled them, so definitely don't open it.
Nope, I'm not.
It's looking, I think, better than these first two that we made.
Okay. I'm thinking like 5-6 minutes. And we're good. Throw some sauce on top, put them in a box.
Yep.
These guys can go have dinner.
And you guys know about the pans. You can even just bring it back dirty if you want.
Yeah.
Only green scrubby, no metal scrubby. That's
and
all.
just soap and water. We had somebody throw them in the dishwasher. We had to make them buy these new pans.
Well, yeah, but then.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
ruined them.
Yeah.
Sherman, molto bene. Does that mean very good?
We only have 10.
So we actually only have 10.
Yeah, because Carly wrecked 2 of them, and that's the 2 that we left there. I never bought 2 more yet, so we're only missing 2.
Yeah, they wrecked them and we're like, you can just keep them now.
Yeah, like, what do I have used
Yeah.
for right now? Like,
Like, they're still useful, but not for what we do.
No.
yeah, no,
That's
you
right.
need, like, good pans.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No steak. No steak.
You showing these ones, or are you saying goodbye?
I was gonna show them.
Okay.
We're waiting. They said, yeah, more pizza. I was like, okay. I'll get my standing steps in. Yeah, the bottom should be just a little bit more crispy than that. Like, it's a bit doughy. But then we didn't want to really do it in the Traeger because the Traeger's been funky as it's been cold.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the lamb.
So yeah, it's almost more like, this is more like almost a focaccia
Yeah.
topped, right?
It's good.
The Jiki was a really nice touch. That was awesome. Great job.
I like to play around, like do a couple token flavors that everyone likes, but then like see what you have extra. It's like, let's try this.
That's a really good try this.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't rush it, Bonk. Just hurry up and wait.
See if we can see Topher.
Huh?
Chris.
Oh. Topher. Kristoff. We're almost there.
I'm not gonna slice it, so just pop it out with the scooper. Slice
Yeah.
it at home.
Yeah, we have a little pizza slicer.
Yeah.
For transport.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'll do a little foil tear then for the top.
Yeah, foil tear for the top, and we'll put does the sheet pan go inside? Sheet pan
Yes.
goes inside the box with it, right?
Yes.
So we'll need 2 of those. And I gotta get salmon done before we go to Cody's.
We might just bake those tonight and go tomorrow. That seems like a lot to do.
I'll take them and we can close them up tonight. And we did that before.
Would it be okay with the toppings on it though?
I thought it worked last time.
We're sussing it out, chat. The little commentary.
I think it worked last time. Did it not work last time?
I think that we just left it with the dough in the pan.
No, okay.
I don't know though. We can try it.
I can also,
We're learning about soy.
I'll see how these ones turn out.
Okay.
If the bottom's not crispy, just throw it onto your hot plate at home to just crisp up the bottom.
Cool.
The top will be perfect.
Contains high concentration of isoflavones, flavins, type of plant estrogen. Oh, right. Similar in function to human estrogen, but with much weaker effects. That is so crazy. I've heard of that.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Some people, like especially some females, can't have too much soy. So it'll literally mess up their hormones.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
The things we learn. Sometimes I teach them, sometimes they teach us.
It's a
Fun
win-win.
fact of the day. And yeah, there's still a lot of research being done. Cool. 2 moments.
Good view from over there.
Oh yeah.
I think it's gonna be good. And that's how a day goes by really fast too.
And you're not going to damage the pan with a knife, so you can use a knife to go around the edges and stuff.
Okay, cool. Yeah, 'cause they're... Oh yeah.
They're sealed blue steel pans.
Yeah, blue steel, no dishwasher.
No.
They're not cheap pans either.
$50.
That is good to know, Katniss. So if breast cancer runs in your family, it's good to avoid soy too. That's what you're told from the doctor. That makes sense.
Yeah, that actually would.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like even this is an example is Campbell's chicken soup. If you actually look at the ingredients, they don't contain chicken anymore. It's actually just a soy protein. So they're actually like false advertising now. If you ever read the label.
That's good.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There is the only chicken is the chicken stock.
Yeah.
So how much chicken is actually in there? I don't know.
That's comforting.
Yeah. Chicken soup without chicken. Seriously, check your label next time, guys. Sometimes just for the fun of it, I'll like read it, but maybe we shouldn't.
Better not to know what's in there.
Sometimes it's scary.
Yeah. It's like, oh no.
What
Well,
have
that's
I been
wrecked
putting
now.
What have I been putting into my body?
Like, I can't even read this word.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
As soon as you can't read words, it's all of a sudden like,
Jack in the Box tacos, soy fillers. Titan false advertisement.
Brownie from yesterday.
Sounds like the majority of my dates. Oh no. Eric, be careful. We're talking to this one. Mango habanero whiskey. Somebody take it from him. What's the most
Oh, that
prominent
sounds really good.
flavor? Is it more like,
Spicy.
yeah, fruity? Or you get the spice at first?
He sends us a bunch of hot sauces. He makes his own hot sauce.
that's cool.
First one I tried was Bernie butt.
Mm.
It burnt my butt.
It carries its
The-
name well.
The name lived up.
What, Jiggles?
That's cool.
Oh, we're definitely.
Does anyone remember when Jack in the Box got in trouble for serving kangaroo as beef?
Need you to put this
Really?
over somewhere else, please.
I don't remember this because we don't have Jack in the Box here, I don't
No,
think.
we don't.
Have to stay.
You are about to be amazed.
Hi, madam. How are you?
Amazed.
It's sweet, the whiskey, but not shy on the heat. Good, because like habanero, you should taste that. I think those frickin' turned out.
Whoa,
Those look beautiful.
look at those babies.
Those turned out. Okay. A sauce swipe.
Sauce swipe.
Look, the timer literally just went off. That's funny. Go on the other side because I'm left-handed.
I don't want the sound.
Oh, okay.
That was perfect.
It's talking.
Somebody's stomach just growled at the end. That was,
I'm saucing both.
yeah. Yeah, Chris should be here momentarily. Said he was leaving a half hour, 45 minutes ago, so he's one of those people.
I'm just leaving.
Like us sometimes.
3 hours later.
Yeah.
Yep.
Our friends will be like, yeah, you could be here by 7. Shows up at 8 o'clock, and everyone's just like, what?
Oh. Very hot. You're just gonna carry that to the bag. Oh yeah, the pan. And that's how we set it up to go, chat. Okay, I'll finish this one off.
The bags that are just around the corner there. Yeah.
Oh, that you put your little sticker in there.
Yeah!
That's awesome.
It totally, even just like, oops, smells like it crisped up better.
There you go.
Yes.
Enjoy, you
Enjoy.
two.
We will.
And thanks for coming over.
Yeah, thanks for having us,
Yeah, you're
you
welcome.
guys. It was nice to meet you
Me
guys.
too.
Bye,
Bird
chat.
lights.
Yeah.
Bye.
Say bye, chat.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Have a good rest of your night. We made it. Okay. Yeah, I'll foil this one just to keep it hot. What do we call this then? Lil Kate's? Lil Kate's hot and ready. We let the pans go, but they're coming back, cooking girl. You bet your bottom. Blondie! I can't wait till the day that we get to feed you this too, dude. Okay. Bye, Vicariously. Take care. Thanks, everyone, stopping by. Just gonna put this in the hot bag and then let's look for someone to go raid. Since we had so many awesome raids today. Yep, this is the big. Even got a little Cook with Kate business card in there. Tell your friends. So this slides onto this, goes into the hot bag. Those, so that is Sam Hyrule and his wife. So Sam works with Stam. And this was the first time he met his wife.
And Chrissy Dubs is here.
And Chrissy Dubs is here. So there's that. Boom, boom, boom. Love it when a plan comes together.
Boom.
Yeah. Bonk, I can see it now. Every stop they make on their mobile kitchen tour, people will be demanding a Detroit-style pizza. Why wouldn't they? Why the heck wouldn't they, right? And yeah, thanks everyone. I know this was not a quick and easy Sunday, but it was chill. So we got that. Glad that we were able to show everyone this, because yeah, we haven't made these in a while and we've got a lot of new people in the community lately. Excuse me, also belch of approval for the chef just now. Shawarma, that's what that was. Costa Rica pizza is the best you've ever had, Jiggles. What is special about that one? I've never been there. Okay, so I'm going. I'm looking. Where are we gonna go raid? Yeah, we have a delivery warmer. We got this. Tamales. Pause? Dunzo. Dunzo. We're gonna go raid Minnesota Taz. He's making curries from Pokemon Sword and Shield. That's the type of content I would like to watch on a Sunday. Yup. Keep it going. Oh, Cookie, I just saw that you suggested that. Great minds think alike. Bonk, you'll show us Santa Maria barbecue style places. We'll show you the Detroit style pizza. I like that too. Okay, I'm getting this typed up. And then there's this guy coming in. Big container of salmon.
Look at this. Boom.
Whoa, there's salmon somewhere there.
Gotta clean them up. Going on the smoker.
Rinse, and then
Woo!
smoke.
Thank you for everything. Awesome that we had a little carbs and coffee this morning. We went for a car wash. That was a lot of fun. Streamlabs failed hard. The camera kind of sucked.
Yeah,
Quality kind of sucked. But it was fun.
we still made it work. Jiggles, pizza out in the jungle. Locals still make their own bread, so they made the dough, and it was a wood-fired oven. I can imagine. Sometimes simple is just the best, right? Okay, we got this raid lined up. Cannot wait to go see Taz. We've not been able to raid him in so dang long. Awesome streamer. They also do a podcast called Live Feed Podcast that we've been featured on before. Cannot wait to meet this legend. And yeah, he is also known as the Curry King of Twitch. So let's go learn a thing or two from him. Oh my God. Bonk. You might see me tomorrow, you might not. No, I'm just joking. I'm not going to have any of this tonight. Okay, guys, thank you for the awesome weekend. Menu plan stream tomorrow, every Monday, 11 a.m. Pacific. If you don't have enough Twitch channel points saved up to request me to make something, come on by tomorrow.
We need to make
Yeah.
something with Emmenthal at least.
Yeah, we got a lot of Swiss cheese to use. We thought cordon bleu pork schnitzel. What? We'll leave you with that. Okay, let's go see Taz. Spread the deliciousness and the love around on the internet. Yeah, I'll take some tea with my honey, if you will. All right, I will settle into this pizza coma. Thank you for everything. Love y'all, and we'll see you next time. Bye!